I got my God with me. 50, 50, 50 times I fall down to the ground, and 50 times I get up again. I get up again. It restores me when I triple till I stumble off the edge and tip a toe and get off again. And get off again. And I was all alone. He put families around me, yeah. And when I need to move forward, he brings the people that I need. Not yet at the top of my game, but the love of God is taking me places. Not yet at the top of my goals, but the love of God is giving me graces. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Grace so amazing, now it means to show me the love He gives to me. Too much you can do. Grace so amazing, now it means to show me the love You give to me. Too much you can do. For sure, for sure, for sure. You know they leave me alone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. People stay in the zone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Makes it never leave me alone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. You better don't go there. Better don't go there. Don't be about my daddy like us. I can understand if you don't understand the way it works out here. You need to know that my papa be with you, he never leave you lonely. Closer than your brother and your homie. Look to him, he never let you down. I am a testimony, so I confess boldly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's so amazing that it means to show me the love He gives to me. Too much you can do. Grace so amazing that it means to show me the love You give to me. Too much you can do. For sure, for sure, for sure. You know they leave me alone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. People stay in the zone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Makes it never leave me alone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. You better don't go there. I got my God with me. 50, 50, 50 times I fall down to the ground, and 50 times I get up again. I get up again. It restores me when I triple till I stumble off the edge and tip a toe and get off again. And get off again. And I was all alone. He put families around me, yeah. And when I need to move forward, He brings the people that I need. Not yet at the top of my game, but the love of God be taking me places. Not yet at the top of my goals, but the love of God be giving me graces. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Grace so amazing that it means to show me the love He gives to me. Too much you can do. Grace so amazing that it means to show me the love You give to me. Too much you can do. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. You know they leave me alone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. People stay in the zone. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Makes it never leave me alone. For sure, for sure. You better don't go there.
Say we can see God. It says be on your touch, be on your side. Say they don't know how this God could let all the pain just slide. Are you asking, or are you asking for real? Are you open, no, to the things that He reveals? If you listen, and if you trust it, you come to know a peace deep down inside. If you listen, more than you have been, you know my God's very much alive. Are you asking, or are you asking for real? Are you open to the things that He reveal? Say they can see God, say they can see God, say they can see God, say.
Yeah, will return again. This captivity ain't permanent, no. I'm from Jerusalem. Hey, will return again. This captivity ain't permanent, no. Sitting on an album that'll change my life. Should I drop it? I feel the pressure. The Father is watching. I had to revise it. I was getting off topic. Started feeling myself. I was getting too cocky. If you humble yourself, you gon' be exalted. If you speak of the Savior, that's gon' make you a target. I ain't never scared. I'm just getting well prepared. If I wanted to, I could have been famous, but that ain't even what my aim is. Inspired by brothers on them corners, trying to warn us. That's real love. That's why you will never hear me diss a camp. A couple years ago on YouTube, I remember that. I wasn't living right. Did he just say Negroes are the Israelites? Would I be this if he ain't answer the call? Ox said, remember the servant that hid his talent? You might perish if you forget about it. Do the works, rock. Yeah. I'm from Jerusalem. Hey, will return again. This captivity ain't permanent, they say. Where did you come from? I'm from Jerusalem. Hey, will return again. This captivity ain't permanent, no, no. 70 AD, right before the siege, there she was, a picture of modesty. Fast forward to 2019, her secret parts are discovered. Hey. And she is a byword, but slowly she's rising again. A world without end, the mother of us all. Yahuah Shalom, Jerusalem. Oh, stay repentant. Yeah, we almost at the finish. I tell them to hold on, we going home. Yeah, I'm from Jerusalem. Hey, will return again. This captivity ain't permanent, they say. Where did you come from? I'm from Jerusalem. Hey, will return again. This captivity ain't permanent, no, no.
Okay, she's gonna have to come with us now.
Okay, Kai, you gotta go with them, baby girl.
Stand up. Okay, come over here.
What are those for?
It's for you.
Keep your hands, okay? Come over here, honey.
No,
It's not gonna hurt.
No,
Okay,
no, I want handcuffs on. No, don't put handcuffs on. Please, help me, help me. Please, help me.
Let's go.
Your grandma will come pick you up, okay?
Oh, I was
Come on, let's go.
No, please let me go.
Okay, come on. You tell me what happened in the car, okay?
I don't want to go to the police car.
You don't want to?
No, please.
You have to.
No, please. Give me a second chance.
You gotta go.
I don't want to hear this. No. Please. 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 Please let me go. No, help me.
Okay.
Please, no.
Give me a second.
Appreciate it.
All right, yeah.
Call me if you need something.
The U.S. Democratic 2020 hopefuls have clashed again in another
I first want to give all thanks, honor, glory, power, and high esteem to the Most High Yahuah, Tseva'Oth, His only begotten Son, Yeshua HaMashiach, those that call him Jesus the Christ, Emmanuel, all around the world, and that set apart fires, my brothers and sisters, the mind of Yah, the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. I want to say Shalom, Shalom, and Kwam Yasharala, Kwam Yehuda Barakata Yahuah. Let's go, families. Now, families, man, man, my schedule done been changed, my brothers and sisters, and man, now I'm starting to have to be at work around about 6 in the morning now. So, and I get off late. So at my second job, families, man, we attended our class today. And it started around 5, if I'm not mistaken. I was at my second job though. And Moray Josh brought out it's a hard saying, it's a mystery, my brothers and sisters. But this message was so deep that man, all praise to the Most High Yah. I understood it all the way to the T. Families, I was working hard that way I can just be, I couldn't chat like that, but I was working hard that way I can keep my headphones in so I can listen to that whole message, family. It was deep, man. So I showed y'all this video. Families, with the message that Moray Josh brought out today, families, took me to JEREMIAH24 that he talked about, families. And I had to read that. And families, when my Ruach took me there, families, it took me to 2nd Esdras, chapter 5. I didn't even put that in the title. Because, families, Jeremiah, we finna go to that. That's why I showed y'all this video. Let's go. Jeremiah chapter 24. Verses 5 through 10. Thus said Yahuah, the Eldonai of Yisrael, these like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Yahudah, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans. For their good, the Most High done divided us, families. He done separated us, families. He put us in slavery, families. Just so he can show us, to teach us, families, and show us something, families. He was directing our paths, but he had to punish us. Check this out. For I will set mine eyes, he said he gonna set his eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them. That's when you in order to build something, families, you must have preparation. In order to restore something, families, to build it, you must have a blueprint to prepare. I will set mine eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them, and not pull them down, and I will plant them and not pluck them up. And I will give them an heart to know me, that I am Yahuah, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. For they shall return unto me with their whole heart, with your whole mind, families. And that's the evil figs. The evil figs. Who are the evil figs, families? These are those that's teaching a whole different doctrine. These are the high elites. These are those that believe in free will. Hey, shalom, beautiful. Yes, is shalom, beautiful queen, Miss Jams. It's good to see you, Akti. How you doing, sis? Yeah, that right there, sis, is, and with the coronavirus that's added on to that, queen, sis, it done got to a point, sis, where you got like 77,000 that people is actually. We have people out here that think that is fake, not knowing that this is an epidemic. They really blowing out false alarms, false alerts out here. They're saying that it's staged. It's staged, but it's not scripted. It's not scripted. They planted it out, so you can't say it was scripted. But it was best believed staged to kill thousands. These people is thinking that this coronavirus was been out ever since like the 50s, maybe the 40s, could be earlier than that. And they want to call it fake, man. I stay far away from that type of stuff. That's why I stay in these scriptures. And I be around those that are like-minded and are trying to become soldiers, warriors. I have to wake you up to show you that I love you. You know what I'm saying? Let you know that we fighting at you. I just don't go on with my daily life just because I work 2-3 jobs. I'm like, well, you Kevin Gates now? You work 6 jobs. You don't get tired. Bruh, please. Are you serious? Nah. So that's why I'm showing y'all these scriptures, families. That way that if ain't nobody showed you ever, man, you got a brother, man, that go to classes, man. And I'm learning, I'm rebuilding myself, I'm restoring myself, I'm trying to make myself stronger spiritually. Because what I believe is not in the physical realm, it's in the spiritual realm, and it's called everlasting. Some people don't know where they're going to go when they go to the grave. When you go to the grave, it means you must what? Die. You have to die in order to get put in a grave. What do you know after that? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's beautiful because it made me check myself. Every time I look in the mirror, man, be better than you was yesterday. Be greater than you was a minute ago. Be perfect. Matthew chapter 5, verse 48. That's your scripture. The Most High sits there and says, be perfect for he is perfect. You must walk into perfection. So we got to be soldiers to do this, families. We must fight. Because these people is trying to kill you on the cool and blame it on the flu. You must fight. You have children, nieces, nephews, godsons and goddaughters out here, aunties and ox and you know what I'm saying, emas out here. Them are your grandmothers. Your ox are your brothers. Your aunties are your sisters. These are words that they took from us in Hebrew, but I'm learning it. Because I just found out that the English transliteration is nothing but a book of spells. Deep, man. Deep, families. Let's continue. Verse 8. Salaki, family. Salaki means excuse me, forgive me, I'm sorry. Salaki in Hebrew. And as the evil figs which cannot be eaten, they are also evil. Surely, thus said Yahuah, so will I give Zedekiah, the king of Yehudah, and his princes, and the residue of what? Jerusalem, that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt, the land of bondage. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms with an S. He's talking about for all these nations of the earth. He talking about on this earth. So every continent that you can think of, any city, any town, any district that you can think about that's on this planet, the Most High sit there says in verse 9, and he gave this as a word. Let me show you that it was as a word to Jeremiah. In verse 4, he sat there and says, again, you get three confirmation families. The Most High deals in threes: the name of the Father, the name of the Son, and the name of the Ruach HaKodesh families. Because in order for you to get to the Father, you must go through his Son first. But you must have the set apart Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. Let's go. So when he sit there and tell us again, the word families is the sword families. As it thus said the Most High. So families, you must believe, if you believe in the God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. His name is Jacob, but Jacob in Hebrew. But Hamashiach, the Christ, Jesus, changed his name to Israel. He's no longer called Jacob. His name is Israel. Yisrael. Yasharallah. So check this out, families. And so in order for you to know what your inheritance is, what we call a blessing, people sit there and says, man, you is anointed, man. Y'all see a lot of blessings coming your way. What we call asal alaikum. Asal alaikum. Shalom. That means blessings and peace be upon you. So it says, and I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms, which is the nations of the earth. For their hurt, the Most High is finna put you into captivity. He finna punish you. He says for your hurt, that means pain. That means sorrow. That means tears. That means cries. How are you able to fight over this? To be reproached and a proverb. That means you will forget this stuff and you would not remember why you getting hurt. You're always going to be thinking, man, why is this always happening to me? That's a proverb. You used to know, but once you start understanding the curses and the blessings, then the Most High will bring it back to your remembrance. And taunt and a curse. He's telling you, families, this is a curse. In order for you to be free, that means that, families, you must be free spiritually. That means you submitted yourself. You submitted yourself to who? A higher power. That means you giving your whole free will to Yah. Liberty. In all places whether I shall drive them, and I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave to them, to their fathers. He's telling you, families, that reason why you going through these curses, he's going to continue to send the sword. He's going to continue to send that famine. He's going to continue to send that pestilence, families, until you wake up and realize, families, that in order for you to sit there and say that you are blessed and highly favored, you must know why this stuff is going on to other people that is not that blessed and highly favored. How are you able to be that sword? That sword is the rod of your mouth. It's the words that you speak. It's what you manifest on this earth, families. That is the sword. You is waking us up on the famine, families. It's like the locusts, the low on food, them contaminating your water and stuff like that. And the pestilence. Second Ezra chapter 5. Second Ezra chapter 5. Yeah, beautiful Queen Miss Jam. I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry that I didn't read your. When I'm reading the scriptures, I try to kind of stay focused on the word, and then what I learn from my lessons, I try to do a replay on this. So I must speak these things, and you can read the word, but if you're not going to speak it, then it is what it is. The Most High is still gonna be pleased with you. And I was at Beautiful Queen Chosen Queen chat earlier this morning at my first job, and she brought out a beautiful message of forgiveness, families, and accepting your identity. Know that the skin that you are in is beautiful. Have honor in that. Have glorification in that. Because the Most High created you. How you know this? That brought me to 2nd Esdras chapter 5. And brother and Moray Josh just so happened to touch on not on 2nd Esdras, but this is a precept that leads it. I can relate to that from what he was talking about in his message and what Chosen Queen brought out. That was earlier this morning. Families, 2 or more witnesses, families, to make every word be established. Check this out. Check out 2nd Esdras. Watch this. Check out this, family. This is deep right here, man. This was going on. This is based upon forgiveness. This was beautiful Queen, Chosen Queen had brought out. It ain't have nothing to do with Moray Josh's message today, families. Marriage, giving into marriage, eating and drinking, marrying and giving into. These are those that live on with their daily life, not acting like that you don't know what's going on. Those that is in. You got 3 types of people in this world, families. You got those that know and trying to wake you up. People don't want to use the word woke. I don't know why. When you can read it too many times in your Bible. It tells you to awake, arise. That means being woke. That means being conscious, man. It does say the Most High is coming out of his mouth. Even his son and the prophets. But we choose that we don't want to use that word. Get out of here. You can kick rocks with that. That don't make no sense, man. You're not manifesting them type of words, them type of speech on this planet, man. You got to manifest it on this earth. Because your vessel is on this earth. This is what you call home. You're not going nowhere. The kingdom going to be established here. Check this out, family. Because I love you. I'm your baby brother, man. We must fight, but we must know these things. So what I used to know when I was in Christianity and claiming religion, you don't see religion nowhere in your KJV. You won't find it one time. It shows you how it was created. But families, you would not read it one time, not on one script, not once. One land also shall ask another. One land also shall ask another, and say, is righteousness that maketh of man righteous gone through thee? He's sitting there saying, if there is somebody that is righteous in this land that maketh a man, in order for you to be a man, you must be righteous in the eyes of the Most High Yah. You just can't call yourself a man just because you think you're doing manly duties. You are required to do them duties based upon sin. Adam wasn't tripping when the Most High told him to name everything in the garden, but it seemed like that man now act like they don't have to work. You don't have to do nothing. All you got to do, you making your belief watered down because you ain't putting no work into it. In order to sit there and say that you have to set apart Ruach HaKodesh, best believe wisdom is going to make sure you put some work in her. Check this out. Verse 11 again, because I love you, we must know these things. One land also shall ask another, and say, is righteousness that maketh of man righteous gone through thee? With a question mark. Why would it ask that if it should already know the answer? It sits there and says, and it shall say no. At the same time shall man hope. This is a belief. This is your faith, what you hoping for. But nothing obtained. Why was you hoping but nothing was obtained? It's going to tell you why. They shall labor, that's putting your works, but their ways shall not prosper, because your labor, your works is in vain if you want to pay your house off. If you want to make sure, man, your card is paid off. If you want to make sure you got yourself retirement plans, 401k, that type of stuff, families. Buying land. Families, you ain't got to buy no land. Your land was already bought and paid for. Through the blood of your big brother, Hamashiach, the Christ. Bought and paid for full. Verse 12 again is a dagger for any species walking on this planet. At the same time shall men hope, your faith, your belief, but nothing obtain. They shall labor, but their ways shall not prosper. To show thee, what is it going to show you if it didn't prosper you anything? Such tokens I have leave. And if thou wilt pray again, pray who you praying to your most high. And weep is not, and weep is now. And fast even days that shall hear yet greater things. What you gonna wait for? Now you having patience. Now you being humble. Now you being meek. Gentleness is very great to come in. Why? Because something is very great to come inside of you that is called a comforter. He shall say, he said that he shall send a comforter unto you, didn't he? As it is written, correct? So you must know these things. Check this out. Thou shalt hear yet greater things. Then I awake it. Awake, you must use the word woke. You have to manifest that. If you don't use that, families, then what are you being woke on? Is it vanity? Or is it everlasting spiritual things? Because families, what is vanity will soon fade away. And it will go back to where it came from, your thoughts. Speak these things, families, and make it manifest and make it come to life. Then I awakened, and an extreme fearfulness went through all my body, and my mind was troubled, so that it fainted. So the angel that was come to talk with me, this is deep right here. So the angel, the Malachims, they are called messengers of God, God's messengers. So every time you see an angel in Hebrew, the name is called Malachims. So the angel that was come to talk with me, held me, comforted me. Did that comforter that he said he was going to send? He sent the legions of them to us, families. And they all have the set apart Ruach HaKodesh. Legions, man, we got a whole heavenly army protecting us right now, families. And all we got to do is just ask. It's commanded to do duties based upon our requests, families. But it must be granted through the blood of Yeshua HaMashiach. It must be granted so he can go to the Father and give your command so it can be granted on this earth, man. You must know these orders. If you don't know these orders, you go in left field, you falling off. You fall into something else, man, that people, like you said right here, families. In verse 12, at the same time shall man hope, but nothing obtain. You hoping for all these things. These are people that sitting there saying that I didn't think this could happen to me, but it happened to you. But it happened to you, but you didn't think that it could happen to you. Then you got them other people, vice versa, that sit there and says, man, this should have happened to me, but it didn't happen. But it should have, but it didn't. That's that what if was a filth, families. If was a filth. Let's continue. Verse 15 again. So the angel that was come to talk with me and held me, comforted me, and set me upon my feet. And the second night it came to pass that Saladinel, the captain of the people, came unto me, saying, where hast thou been? With a question mark. And why is thy countenance so heavy? With a question mark. Knowest thou not the Israel is committed unto thee in the land of their captivity? Now he's wondering, families, now that knowest thou not that Israel is being committed, families, that we all have already been scattered, and we steady getting scattered, families, unto the land of their captivity. Up then and eat bread and forsake us not, as the shepherd that leaveth his flock in the hands of cruel wolves. This is what's going to our lesson. I had to read it into its context, families, so you can know what he was going to ask the angel. And the angel gave him a vision and gave him an answer. Jeremiah saw the exact same thing. Ezekiel saw the exact same thing. Yes. Yes. Them are 3 prophets right there, family, that's telling you, that's leading to revelations what we going through right now. Watch what he say. Then said I unto him, Go thou ways from me, and come not nigh me. And he heard what I said and went from me. And so I fasted 7 days, mourning and weeping, like as Uriel, the angel, commanded me. And after 7 days, so it was, that the thoughts of my heart were very grievous unto me again. And my soul recovered the ruach of what? Understanding. And I began to talk with the Most High again, and said, O Yahuah, that bearest rule of every wood of the earth, and all the trees thereof, thou hast chosen thee one only vine. And all the lands of the whole world, thou hast chosen thee one pit, and of all the flowers thereof, one lily. And all the depths of the sea, thou hast filled thee one river, and of all builded cities, thou hast hollowed Zion unto what? Thyself, sons and daughters of Zion. Let's go, families. This is deep, man. Let's go, families. Man, check out 2nd Ezra chapter 5, Jeremiah chapter 24 as well, families. That Ezekiel chapter 25. I think it's Ezekiel, so I can give you your third witness. I got to give your third witness on that, family, so every word can be established. 25. Forgive me, Most High, if I didn't give them the right precept. It's not 25, families. It's in the book of Ezekiel, families, where it's going to talk about the sword, the pestilence, the sword, the famine, and the pestilence. You will link that up with Jeremiah chapter 24. You will link them two prophets and them two precepts up with 2nd Ezra chapter 5, families. You'll link them 3 prophets up together, families. And this is what's finna great to go to our lesson. Let's go to our music, man.
I can't thank you enough for all you've done, Lord. There is so much to be thankful for. I wanna thank you for when I look at my life. You always held my hand. You always held my hand. You've been my closest friend. Loving me, guiding me. It's not hard to see that you are the one for me. All you've done, I'll never stop. Give you praise. I'll look to you, my Father, for the rest of my days. Wherever you send me is where I will go. Lord, anything I'll do for you, 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 for you.
Let's get it. Capture my heart. I'm so amazed how you gave the grace. Been there from the start. One thing for sure, with you in my life, it won't fall apart. I feel so secure in you, Lord. Oh, you bless bless me over and over. You're my warmth when it's colder. I know that I am surrounded. Safe in your arms, I am grounded. Since I was young, now I'm older. I can always rest on your shoulders. Lord, you are the one, you're always the one to put a smile on my face.
For all you've done, I'll never stop giving you praise. I'll look to you, my Father, for the rest of my days. Wherever you send me is where I will go. Lord, anything I'll do for you, 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 for you. Come on, tell me, sing it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, tell me, sing it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah,
All praise to one of my joints right there, families. Begin me kind of turned up. Let's go.
Mine on me, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you fast, of course. And I know there's no love like yours, no love like yours. You're mine, I'm yours, but I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you fast, of course. And I know there's no. Yeah, yeah. You're mine, I'm yours, but I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you fast, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. You're mine, I'm yours, but I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you fast, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. Only you I put my hope in. I run to you when I feel broken. I know that you fight for me and you give me strength anytime I'm barely coping. Yeah, love deeper than the ocean. I know the God I serve is awesome. I know the God I serve is for me. And Lord, you are the author of my story. Yeah, I'm a sinner, I'm unworthy. Lord, why you show me this much mercy? And yeah, this life we live ain't easy, but I know you will never leave me. I know that you're on my side. Help me to be humble and destroy my pride. And help me leave my past behind. When you heal my heart, Lord, renew my mind. Yeah, yeah. You're mine, I'm yours, Lord, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you first, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. You're mine, I'm yours, Lord, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you first, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. And look at all the stuff that you brought me through. All I wanna do is just live for you. Remove it from my life if it ain't pleasing you. Thank you for your word is true. Lord, I bow down and I worship you. Every single day it's to you I run. So much love that you sent your son. In this life of mine, may your will be done. In this life of mine, may your will be done. By the grace of God, I can overcome any situation that may come my way. And you know blessings will come my way. And you know healing will come my way. Any battle won, anytime I pray. Let your will be done, Lord, have your way. Let your will be done, Lord, have your way. Yeah, yeah. You're mine, I'm yours, Lord, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you first, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. You're mine, I'm yours, Lord, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you first, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. And I know blessings will come my way. I know healing will come my way. I know wisdom will come my way. My way, my way. I know blessings will come my way. I know healing will come my way. I know wisdom will come my way. My way, my way. Yeah, yeah. You're mine, I'm yours, Lord, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you first, of course. And I know there's no love like yours. You're mine, I'm yours, Lord, I really need a heart like yours. And I'ma keep you first, of course. And I know there's no love like yours.
That's what I'm talking about, families. And when wisdom do come to you, families, embrace her, families. Embrace her, families. The families, she will love you. And she will direct your path, families. And she will show you things, families, that you will never have seen before. Families, you will hear things that you ain't never heard before. The thing is, are you going to accept it? All right, families. I do want to, most highs willing, families, man. I do want to get back into some more of the Bantus because we got this. They've been finding information, families, about the Bantus being in the Americas and families, not only just North America but South America too. And families, man, I really want to get deep into them, families, because families, they, from my understanding, man, back then they used to as well speak Paleo Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? So their history is so deep. And families, when they got scattered, families, they are trying to reach out to their brothers and stuff that don't know that they are Bantus. That's deep, man. So when we go to our lesson, families, you will see the breakdown that most people, it's going to be a hard saying for those, man. Most people's not going to understand that because they just jumping into this. But when you jump into this truth, it's waking you all the way up. Like it's mind blowing. It's unbelievable. But check out how they are trying to kill you on the cool. Let's go to my brother Yaki. He got some Jews that he just dropped off to us. Let's go. This was yesterday. He also dropped off 2 videos today, families, so you can show how to heal yourself. But what made your body so magnificent is that the Most High, man, he did some special things to you. If only you would just be around people that will tell you these things and not tell you myths.
Of the red blood cells, the hemoglobin cells. The bladder carcinoma. You can clearly see. Talk about some implications of that proof and some consequences that we can draw from it and how we should behave and how we should treat cancer patients therefore. So without further ado, let's dive right into the video proof of cancer as a parasitical infection. This for to blow y'all mind, y'all. Let's go more than 30 years back in time. At the renowned Patent Cover Institute in Munich, Germany, 3 German medical doctors, Dr. Oh, y'all see that? Now look, I don't mean to stop the video, but notice the date, 1970. Notice the date, y'all, 1970. Wee, ain't finna get deep. Because remember, 1980 is when the first when they first classified the name HIV and AIDS.
Come on.
All right, 1980. Now remember, they the Rockefellers and Kissinger and Gallo, all of them created this stuff inside of Fort Detrick military base in Baltimore, Maryland. Okay? Now we finna see this stuff come on the scene, and look, they done had this evidence since then, and they've been hiding from us because they know if we found out that these things were parasites, then we would treat them accordingly. Like,
pause. Now, hey, shalom, beautiful Queen Jacqueline. It's good to see you, Akti. Oh, I love you, Queen. It's good. Oh, sis, man, sis. You know, brother Yaki did a video last night. I already know you know, sis. I already know you know. It's called Biochemical Warfare, families. Biochemical now, family. These cats been doing this stuff way before your father was born. That's why if you don't understand culture, then you're not going to understand the curses and the blessings. Families, in order for you to be blessed, you must find out what you was cursed with first. Because best believe, some people have curses upon cons, sis. Like real talk, people don't like hearing that type of stuff. They want to sit here and say, man, I'm free through the blood of Yeshua. Yeah, you are free from sacrifice. There's other duties that must be done from you. Oh yeah, why you living? Hey, all the work gonna be done through the set apart Ruach HaKodesh, through faith. Best believe that. But you must believe. But there's more duties for you. You must endure until the end. I need a brother and a sister to wake me up and tell me that. Like, Mo, you know you're supposed to endure to the end. You know that, right? Man, don't be slothful out here, man. Being slothful mean being lazy. You lacking. You lacking what? You could be lacking love. You could be lacking strength. You could be lacking manly, you know what I'm saying? Like a father figure. You know, which your father figure is the most high. But we talking about like a brotherly, like a you know what I'm saying? Like your dad, like my pops. My pops already know that my father is the most high. Hey, shalom, beautiful queen mama, sis. This right here is deep. Families, you're going to be seeing these parasites. They're going to be having heads. Families, they moving all through people. It could be us. That's why, like, you got to take this coronavirus very seriously, families. You be around people thinking this stuff is fake, families. It will kill you. Because them are, that scripture that I sent y'all to, where it says these are people that are supposed to be shepherds. But families, they are leading you to raving wolves. They are craving wolves. That's the little boy that be in the tree that cry wolf a lot. You can't have that type of mindset, man. You must be around people that's going to wake you up and fight for you. Fight with you, families. Not for you, but with you. Because who fighting for us is the Most High. That's who fight for us. So in this hour, families, why you know these people is out here trying to kill millions of people on the cool, and try to blame it on the flu. And people just gonna walk on with their life, man, as if like, man, he shouldn't been taking his vitamins. Now you know good well it was cold outside. You should have wore better than that. Come on, are you serious? Family, is this deep into what type of clothes you putting on?
Parasites. We here trying to heal all types of stuff, and we don't know that we need to be healing things in a parasitic nature.
Shears and Dr. Winter were busy studying strange objects in human blood. They published their results in the renowned scientific journal Ärztliche Praxis under the title Unusual Corpuscular Elements in Blood. Here's what the article read. When counting red blood cells in human blood that has been thinned with saline solution, we can often detect corpuscles, which cannot be categorized as blood cells. Those are oval or grape-shaped particles with a length of 2 to 3,000 millimeters. We can observe those corpuscles in an astonishingly wide range of patients. We have also observed that those small oval forms can penetrate into red blood cells.
Hey, man, we got a King of Zion that stepped in the building, man. Hey, Kwam Yahuah, bruh. Boy, try Yahuah. I see y'all too. King Lyrically Outspoken is in the building. Man, y'all make sure y'all go show bro some love, families, man. He gonna be having a mixtape coming to a nation near you, families. Man, stay tuned, man, for his next track. A hot single that he drop off, man, to the children of Yasharala out here, families. Man, the brother out here spitting bars. Man, go show that brother Lyrically Outspoken some love, families. With that being said, bro, just to kind of put you up on the date, bro, man, we going over the parasites that be in type of people bodies, families. And families, this stuff is a biochemical weapon. It's a weapon. That's why the Most High are calling you battle axes. You is his weapon. But in order for you to be a powerful weapon from the Most High, you must know what you is equipped with. But to know what you is equipped with, families, it's more than just Ephesians 6. Oh, the Most High been giving you nothing but bombs. I'm talking about bombing. You is equipped with straight daggers, families. Bombs. But you need to know what these people doing right now. So that's what we doing right now, big bro. We showing how these people has been putting stuff in your vitamins, in like Advil, Tylenol, all types of stuff, families. All this stuff that these people come up with, families, it's getting you sicker, man. Yeah, like taking like a bottle of Advil. And didn't even know it.
Which leads to a change in shape of the blood cells and the excretion of round objects after a certain amount of time.
Y'all hear that? So they said inside of every cancer patient that they have tested, they noticed that it's something that goes inside the red blood cells and change the shape of the red blood cells and start to break down the cellular tissue. Whenever the cells start breaking down, we call this cancer. So he's saying, look, there's something living inside of red blood cells inside of any cancer patient. All right. So I'm just going over what he's saying because he's a German speaking English, and I know a lot of people probably ain't gonna be able to make out what he's saying.
Research has also shown that the described objects are most probably cells of a parasitical nature.
Ooh, what that say? That says that most likely all of these things inside of these cells are of a parasitic nature. Yeah, he just said that. Now look, y'all ain't crazy. It's actually a white man telling y'all this. Y'all gonna believe me now? Huh? Just saying.
Blood infection, according to Dr. Weber. Another medical doctor of that era, Dr. Alphonse Weber, conducted similar experiments since the early 60s and realized before the doctors of the Max von Pettenkofer Institute that the agile corpuscles were the cause of the blood infection.
These are red blood cells.
Experiment in the 60s to...
Do y'all see this? This is a red blood cell, y'all. This circle. This little oval circle is a red blood cell. Do y'all see this parasite? This parasite going inside of the...
Now, families, beautiful Mama Miranda, thank you. That's all right, families. That Ezekiel chapter 7 talked about the sword and the pestilence, families. That's your third witness right there, families. You need 2 or more prophets, not no what people doing out here to this in this hour, families. You dang near picking your king right now. You know, you pick your own shepherds. That's why I told everybody, man, to go read Jeremiah chapter 23. And it just so happened that Moray Josh, I did that 2 times, families. Because it's showing you, families, how people out here are setting up. It's a community, families, of these delusional people that's setting up their own shepherds to be speakers for them in this hour. And families, they are, man... families, and they putting the Most High Yah's name all behind it. All behind it, man. And we believe it, families. And these people is not trying to tell you they're not awakening you. They're not waking you up. They're not making you prepare. And they ain't getting you ready, families, man, for, to deliver at all, to restore. So you must awaken. You must prepare. And then restore. How are you able to restore something? You must gather everybody together, families, and we all have the exact same mind. And the Most High will rebuild us again. Yeah, and sis, you said it's gonna, you believe it's verse 15. We're gonna, you know what, sis? We're gonna go back to this because I gotta show you how these parasites be moving. Families, we just got that one big one right there. He gonna show you multiple videos, families, in these laboratories, families, where they gonna come by the numbers. That's the pestilence, families, that's going on in the human body too. Sound the alarm, beautiful queen. Isaiah chapter 58. Isaiah chapter 58. Sound the alarm. You know, so the Most High is telling us to cry aloud. You must cry aloud to cry something, families. It means to speak it. You crying aloud. You shouting it, families. And blow ye trumpet. You blowing the trumpet for what? You blowing the trumpet to represent a banner. You blowing the trumpet to represent a gathering. And you blowing the trumpet, families, to represent warning. You warning them about what? What is your banner? Yisrael, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is your banner. That's your banner. And you warning them about what? Hasatan and his demons, his whole kingdom that come to do what? 3 things, families. Everything gonna happen in 3s. Coming to kill, steal, and destroy. That's why they telling you about the sword. The sword is the word, the rod in your mouth. The famine, families, is they gonna make sure they kill you. By all means. By all means. And the pestilent, families, infections. Infections, families, diseases, flus. Was it Ezekiel chapter 17, beautiful queen Mama Miranda? Let's go, Iman. Ezekiel chapter 7. Ezekiel chapter 7. We must fight in this hour, families. You can't play with this. This is nothing to be played with. This is dealing with everlasting salvation here, families, or the lake of fire. This ain't no, I don't, no. It's either everlasting life, families, or the lake of fire. Verse 15 says, hallelujah. All praise to the Most High, Yah. Mwah. I love you, sis. Let's go. All right, families. We must read verses 12. Nah. We're going to read verses 11. Verse 11. Violence is risen up into a rod of wickedness. None of them shall remain, nor of their multitude is going to be, they're going to be deep. That's why the Most High is telling you, families, that violence is risen up into a rod of wickedness. None of them shall remain, nor of their multitude, nor any of theirs with an S, neither shall there be wailing for them. The time is come, the day draweth near. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn, for wrath is upon the multitude thereof. For the seller shall not return to that which is sold, although they were yet alive. For the vision is touching the whole multitude thereof, which shall not return. Shall any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life? All this stuff is dealing with vanity, families. Is when you families is you believe you have free will. You believe you can do whatever you want to do. You believe you can believe what you want to believe. You believe in grace. Grace. That's that. Families, they ain't even Aleister Crowley type of thinking, man. You believe in the Most High, but you having a Aleister Crowley type of mindset. Do as thou wilt. Can't nobody tell me to do. The Most High know my heart. And you can just speak to people how you want to speak to them because you believe you can judge. Oh, but yeah, you will be a judge. And it shall be righteous judgment. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready. Ready for what, families? If they're going to blow the trumpet, that's a warning, families. It's for you to lift your banner, families. What you supposed to be saying for life. Everlasting, families. What people come up with is not going to be everlasting. You just came up with it. You came up with it from it was created by man. The Most High set this up, man, families, man, way before the foundation of the earth. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready, that is to prepare, and none goeth to the battle. For my wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. The sword is without, and the pestilence, and the famine within. He that is in the field shall die. With what, families? The sword. And he that is in the city, famine, and pestilence shall devour them. But they that escape to Salaki, families, verse 16 again. But they that escape of them shall escape, and shall be on the mountains like what? Doves, my brothers and sisters. These are those that's getting ready for what? For what? The wilderness, man. Like doves of the valleys, all of them mourning, everyone for his iniquities. All hands shall be feedable, and all knees shall be weak as waters. That's how every knee gonna bow in that hour, man. You're gonna see so many death, families. They're gonna be dropping by the numbers, man. Then you're gonna be like, why is this going on? Why is this going on? He told you this. It was written actually thousands of years ago. People been telling you. They've been blowing the trumpet. These are those that speak a different gospel, man. People that ain't warning you. They're not blowing the trumpet. You can't feed me something that some Jewish people done came up with, families. Like, once again, I said Jewish, not the Jews. It's a difference, man. It's a difference. The Jewish is what's running the world right now, not the Jews. The real Jews. The question is, who is the Jews? Because you hearing about these Jews and the house of Israel all through your scriptures. I had to pause for a second on that. So who's teaching me what a different gospel? Because what most people that's actually trying to be shepherds, they're not speaking like that. But the true shepherds are telling you this. Their numbers might not be as high, but you can't sit there and say they ain't told you. But you'll listen to somebody, man, that who video, man, get like 50K and stuff like that, and you thinking they telling you truth just because they show you some Jewish stuff. Man, do your real research, man. Know these scriptures, man. Man, thank you, beautiful queen, Mama Miranda. I needed that third prophet. Can't listen to every man out here, man. Then you have people that have the audacity to sit here and tell certain people, man, who to stay away from and who not to be away. And you know, you get what I'm saying? Let the spirit lead you to who you need to be around. Because who you need to be around is your true family. They're going to fight with you. They ain't going to tell you, some stuff that you want to hear. Nah, and I ain't going to show you no Jewish stuff, man, to wake you up. We finna go in these scriptures. We going to make these scriptures come to life. And we going to show you how these people doing it in real life. Not no make-believe script up stuff, man. Come on, family. It's animated, man. This ain't no cartoon. It's realistic, man. So let's go back to Yaki. That way you can find out how these people been doing this stuff generations ago. They actually killed our grandmothers and our grandfathers. They didn't even know it, man.
Of the red
and
blood cell.
Do it to you.
Do y'all see that? If y'all can see that, type in some nines. This is what we looking at. These are cancer patients. What have they been up to in these militaries? What they've been doing in these military bases? What they've been doing at these pharmaceutical companies? They've been bioengineering and attaching them to RNAs and putting them in vaccines, putting them in foods, putting them in our air, putting them in chemtrails, all of that. Then boom, welcome to HIV, welcome to herpes, welcome to the coronavirus. Y'all see that? Type in some nines if y'all can see that, and we'll keep it pushing. I know I got a little delay here. Yeah, this is called biochemical warfare and deterioration of the original man and woman. All right, cool. They can hear it. Let's see it.
And created thereby unique evidence. The microparasites described by Dr. Weber that you can see here can be found in the tissue of all cancer patients.
You see that? So it says, look, it says that all cancer patients, these microphages or these parasites can be found in all cancer patients' tissues and cells. That's what it just said. I ain't said that. Well, I have said that, but I got somebody backing me up now with the proof that's in the laboratory that's looking at this stuff. You see that?
Here,
look at them moving around, y'all.
Sample that has been dried over a flame. The patient suffers from leukemia.
You'll see this leukemia patient in these. Look at these things roaming around inside of your bloodstream.
The blood sample of a patient suffering from liver cancer.
It's liver cancer, fluke worms.
Here, the blood of a patient with bladder cancer.
Bladder cancer. Y'all see these things moving around?
And this is tissue from the bladder carcinoma. You can clearly see the lively movements of the microbes. Here, the diagnosis is that of lymph node metastasis.
Look at that, lymph node cancer. Y'all see these organisms roaming around?
Almost mature gamete. He can be found in the space between the cells.
Y'all see him moving there? There you go. Look, he done stuck his little head out of the cell. Y'all see him? He done stuck his little head out of the cell. All diseases, all viruses, again, comes with a mucous membrane compromising situation with a glycoprotein eating parasite that follows behind it. All of them. Whether it's herpes, you're dealing with a hemith worm. Whether it's HIV, you're dealing with a microsporidia. Whether it's STDs, you're dealing with something called trichinoma chlamydia. Whether it's any type of lung disease like AIDS, you're dealing with Legionella. You see that? I mean, we can keep going. Plasmodium, all these so-called viruses and diseases are in fact parasites that chew the glycoprotein that your mucous membrane is made of, then make its way into your bloodstream, and then it drives itself into the mucous membrane of your cells, and then it eats the inside of your cells from the inside out because it loves to feed off of glycoprotein and iron phosphate. So somebody that said they have sickle cell anemia. Anemia, sickle cell, meaning that the phosphate and the oxygen molecule have been taken off in the cell. I wonder who ate that? Malaria, which is cancer of the liver. A lot of people get that from Africa. All these things are the same exact diseases made by the government inside of military-based laboratories. All of them. They're the same disease.
And here a blood sample after mammal surgery. You can see a dying leukocyte. Patient is suffering from breast cancer. Diagnosis, cell complex of an uterus tumor.
That was breast cancer parasites making a tumor.
Man, look how many they are, families. Look how many they are. Man, we have our sisters, man, to be going through conditions like that. The doctors sit there telling you, well, we haven't found any results at this moment right now. We don't know what's going on. You've been on what's going on. Sometimes, man, some people don't even got the dollars, family, just to even get that type of, you know what I'm saying? But from the beginning, they was already getting us sick for you to even probably get that type of condition, like what's going on with us right now. We think we healthy, but families, that's why you gotta pray without ceasing. Fast, families. You don't go do it publicly, but fast. We all ain't gonna fast at the exact same time, families. We all ain't gonna be able to fast longer than others, families. But as long as you're trying to fast, but do it righteously, families. Do it in the glory and the honor of Yah. Don't do it to please people out here. You don't do that. This is about everlasting salvation, families, or the lake of fire. One or the other. One or the other. Which one you gonna be kicking it at? Which one you gonna be chilling at for eternity? Eternity. That's deep, man. No, man, I want to be around those that are woke. That are in the know. That are trying to warn you. Letting you know, don't play with this. This ain't nothing to play with. People, man, get like 3,000 of views after an hour, 30-something minute live. Ain't told you nothing. Ain't got nothing to do with salvation. Nothing about the kingdom to come. None of that, how to prep for it. No, none of that. They trying to tell you to stay away from those that's trying to divide. The last thing I remember, families that are set apart Ruach, spirit, that means division to me. Either some people got the set apart Ruach HaKodesh, which is the Holy Spirit, and some don't. You know, those that don't got it, still are agents for Hasatan. They are agents for Satan, the devil, the deceiver, the one that coming to kill the body, steal your salvation, and destroy your soul. Just like you got 3 types of people that's out here. People that know about it but don't care, and people that don't have a clue about what's going on. Who do you prefer to be around? That's a division. I just want to show y'all brother Yaki, family, just to let you know there are people out here, families, that is not playing no games with this. You are able to find knowledge. You are able to find what the Most High is trying to direct you to, families. That way you can fight. Man, what's that scripture? Soldier for Christ. What's that? 2 Timothy chapter 2. Man, remember your precepts, families. That 2 Timothy chapter 2. Let's go. 2 Timothy chapter 2. Thou therefore, my son, once again, my son, therefore, my son, who he's talking to, my son, he's talking to you. Therefore, my son, be strong in the grace that is in Hamashiach Yeshua, and the things with an S that thou hast heard of me among what many witnesses. That's that multitude. The same commit is to surrender. It means to be a servant. You done submitted yourself to what? Hamashiach, the Christ. Thou to faithful man. He wants you to be faithful to this. That means loyal, families, to the death. You die for this. This is what you saying for life. Who shall be able to teach others also? Now he's asking you a question. Who? Are you worthy and honored enough to say it's me? Because the last scripture I said that and heard families in 2nd Esdras said that says there's no man. Says that says that what man done walk through these lands that was righteous? And it shall say there was no. It shall say no. There's not one. Not even me. But I must practice myself though. I must be humble. I must come to y'all gentle families with love. But families, I better not spare that rod. You might spoil that child. And the things thou has heard of me among many witnesses, the same commit to thou faithful men, those that are gonna die to the death, who shall be able to teach others also, my brothers and sisters, because I love you, because you royalty out here. You are true kings and queens on this earth, man. Be happy when you wake up the next day, family, that the Most High let you be able to see another day. To what? Wake up another brother, man. Wake up another sister. Tell them that you love them. Thou therefore endure hardness. We supposed to endure this type of hardness, family, because we get it out the mud. We get it out the gutter, man. And families, we embrace it, families, because when we see our blessings come to us, we know what the curses is about. We know why we getting it out the mud. We know why we getting it out the gutter. Check this out, families. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yeshua Hamashiach. That's you a warrior, families. Thus said Yeshua. Thus said the Most High, families. You a warrior, families. You was built to be a fighter. This don't show lackness to me. This don't show nobody that's lazy. This don't show nobody that likes to stay at home. You been got off the porch. You off the porch. You got experience, my brothers and sisters. You have an experience. Well-bred, molded, made, not set. Let's prove that. He already set you up from the foundation of the earth, families. Set free. We're going to put set free in the KJV. Let's see if you ever see that. Let's go. So when you go to John 8, right? It sits there and says, if the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. It says make it, don't say set. Let's go to another one. Let's go to another one. Stand fast. This is in Galatians chapter 5. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Hamashiach has made us free, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. These are those families, man, that are they are reborn again, families. Thus said the Most High. Hey, yeah, man, that chapter right there, King Lyrically, don't play no games with no species that's walking on this planet. Anybody of existence. Families, man, it will make, it will, you will have an answer for every man. Because it will make the next man question their own thoughts. Because every man, even though you as a God, ye are gods, but you will die like men. Because you is a God. You will die like a man. Because you will go to your grave. You will die. The difference is there will those that will be there will be those that will resurrect. And there gonna be those that gonna stay right there in their grave. They're gonna stay dead. And then when that second coming comes, families, when Hamashiach be able to raise them up again, and the Most High and great to judge those, all those, small and great. Small and great. Let's go to another one, families. We just trying to see if we can see Set. Don't see one yet. Let's go to 1 Corinthians. All things are lawful unto me. I love this scripture. But all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me. But I will not be brought under the power of any. Under what power of any, families? That's man traditions, families. That's under any person's power, families. That's those families that if you think that you is part of a group, and families, y'all doing everything in the Most High, y'all, but your families, y'all not keeping. There ain't no commanding keepers over there, man. Ain't no commanding keepers. All the laws are done away with now. All laws are done away with now. Come on now, you can't make it seem like that there ain't groups out here, especially in this worldwide platform, that don't believe in that. You can't make it seem like that you ain't been around that type of them type of folks now. Come on now. Come on. You got to keep it raw and uncut, family. You got to cry loud now. You can't be watering down no stuff, family. No. You better be a man about it now. Be a woman about it now. Don't hold your tongue. All right. Check this out. Verse Psalms 119. And I will walk at liberty, for I seek thy precepts. I'm still looking for Set. I'm still looking for that Set, families. I'm looking for that Set, man. Let's go to another one. Let's see if they give me another different meaning of set free. Let's see if I can find it. What is the difference between set free and make free? Here is the difference. In order for something to be set free, it must have already been in existence. Didn't he sit there and say, families, that you was thought of? You were thought of from the beginning of the foundation of the earth. Didn't he sit there and say that he knew you in your mother's womb? Okay, so they ain't lying to you here either then. Check this out. Here is the difference. In order for something to be set free, it must have already been in existence. For example, in order for me to set my glasses on the table, they must be in existence for me to do so. You see? Check this out. However, to make free means that something that has not existed before has been newly created, families. What? Check this out again, families. However, to make free means that something that has not existed before has been newly created. Newly created, families. That's why I sit there and says that I'm here to make you free, families. Not set you free, families. It done already been set. Why do people say it? I don't know. I can't tell you that, families. I used to say it a lot. Don't get me wrong. In order for me to be reborn, I must be retaught. So what I thought I knew, I didn't know nothing. I knew garbage, families. Yeah. So when somebody sit there and say that you heard the scripture before, you have. You probably was real in there. You might used to be a teacher. Was you a deacon? Was you part of the usher board? Did you do Sunday classes with the kids? The man's Bible study? Man, been to them all. I ain't know nothing, man. I ain't know nothing, families. I ain't know nothing, man. So, families, man, when I go to my elders, my older ox, my older imams, I shut up. I listen and I learn. But families, to let my brothers and sisters know that I've been paying attention, I done hearken unto his voice, I must recite the lessons. You must manifest these things. Let me know that you learned something. In order for me to know that you know what we know, you must speak it. Anybody can sit there and say, yeah. Oh, I feel that. No, man, teach. If you're going to train up a child in the way that they should go, what are you doing? Teaching them. So let the Ruach teach you so you can teach others. That's love, man. And that's doing it righteously. There's no judging at all, families, because when somebody is really judging you, they are correcting you, and you will accept that. You will be humbled off that because you knew you was going off. You're not going to sit here and make a rebuttal video or none of that other type of vanity bull crap. That ain't got nothing to do with your salvation, but you be so deep in the building, families, that they will get over 10,000 people that done watch that. What are y'all wasting your time on that? Time is of the essence. Don't be wasting time, families, because the kingdom's at hand. Be mindful, man, of what you entertain, families, in this hour, families. What is wrong with us in this hour, families? That's why Babylon finna get destroyed. That's why they starting off with them other heathen nations first before they come and touch down on us. Because, family, we got some strong believers out here, but some of us, we gotta wake out of that. Hey, come on now, families, man. There's a difference between truth and half truth. If you got some half truth, then it ain't real, man. You got to be 100%. Hey, you got to be 100% clear. I mean, pure, uncut, and raw, families. Pure. Let's go. That's why I'm trying to tell us, families, that we need to go into this Bantus in America, telling our story in the language. We need to learn that. This is powerful.
Another one, it's Toloka. In Bantu.
These people ain't hiding it, man. They didn't hide it, families.
Toloka.
They didn't hide it from us. It's deep. It's just. Yes. Yeah, they lied about a lot of stuff. Beautiful Queen Mama Miranda says they lied about us on so much stuff, families, that going to college is a waste of your time and money. Fake money anyway, but hey, families, come on now, you gotta do what you gotta do. But now I really understood that scripture, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Now I see why those that sit there and say, man, if you're gonna support the ministry, families, of those that's trying to go worldwide to teach this gospel, families. That way you can reach on all four corners of this planet to wake you up on your identity. Not no color. It's a culture.
Toloka. And in Bantu is Taluka. Okay? I mean, there's nowhere in the world you can say, oh, this is a coincidence. No. You got Zuta, or Zunta. It means ring off, retch off. All right? And then see, I'll redo the video here in a minute. Let's see, let's continue on. So it just goes on in these different states. North Carolina. What else it got here? North Carolina. I know I'm skipping stuff here, but so many. Virginia. I said North Carolina. I believe South Carolina is mentioned.
Okay.
North.
All right, I just had to show y'all that, family. Just to show y'all, families, that there are people out here, families, that are doing their due diligence in this hour, families. Just to let other brothers and sisters know, man, that as we wake up, we are starting to understand. We are starting to see. We are starting to see. We starting to find out, man, that if you thought that you was in a small family, man, your family deeper than what you thought, man. Man, you got a deep bloodline, man. I'm talking about straight royalty. Pure kings and queens, man. Brothers and sisters. I'm talking about a bloodline that is deep. But man, we got some beautiful blessings, y'all. I'm talking about absolutely beautiful. Everlasting, y'all. That's how beautiful they are. But families, we got some curses out this tail. The Most High putting a whooping on us so goddamn bad, families, that if you don't wake up, you gonna stay dead, sleep in your grave. Well, I be. There you go.
They shut them down. But saying stuff.
All right, families. This lesson right here, for those that are in the building, I surely do hope, man. Beautiful Queen. I did see Beautiful Queen No Shade. She was at the class today. This as well, man, goes out for all my brothers and sisters out there. This right here is it's something to think about. Take your notes. You need to question everything. Question those families that question those that's teaching another gospel, man. Yep. I'm saying it just like that. Question those that's teaching another gospel. Let them know, because I love you. I think that you probably need to rethink about what you're saying, because you having us agreeing things on this earth that is not according to the Most High. We read the exact same thing, but the interpretation of it is not lining up to scriptures as we continue to read on. And we seeing as the different dispensations. The dispensations is the different eras. As generations and generations tend to pass, people tend to die off, and traditions tend to fade away based upon conquer and control families. So as some continue to try to fight to try to keep the culture alive, the numbers continue to go lower and lower and lower. But we all the same blood, families. It's just you got brothers going against brothers, sisters against brother. You got brothers going against brothers, sisters against sisters, mothers against daughters, and fathers against sons. That's what you got going on. We fighting ourselves.
I guess the so-called Jews. I got on this morning. I tried to get on just now for the live. I see Dwayne's down again. So it's only a matter of time. Then they shut us down too. So I'm just telling y'all, because just get ready for it. It's coming. We're not worried about it, because what we're doing in these gatherings are literal gatherings. Remember, I told you it's gonna come a time when all the YouTube people
and the Facebook live people are going to go to the wayside, and then people that haven't been actually gathering is going to, basically going to disappear, because that time is right around the corner. But so anyway, I'm getting into some other stuff. But Pesach is their window is closing, right? So while you get it, just like how they window closed, this window is closing. So go ahead and get in while you can. Yahuah Tseva'Oth. It's the age of Yahuah Tseva'Oth. The Most High is having us in this time, to understand this, to hear this. As my boy Yosef will say, who can hear this? Question is, who can? Who can understand this? Because people are not understanding it. They're going about their day like it ain't happening. And like the world ain't being literally destroyed piece by piece. Everywhere outside of here is being destroyed. And so before I get into this real fast, one thing that you're gonna see is I was gonna put this in the lesson, but it's so much in this lesson. We're gonna go over so much on this lesson. I didn't want to overload this lesson. But when you go back and you study Babylon, when the ancestors got taken into Babylon, right? If you go back and study that, what you're gonna see is that when the Most High brought into Babylon, he said something very interesting. Because the ancestors said we're gonna leave and go down to Egypt and escape the captivity. So Yahuah, Most High told Yahuah said, tell them that if they go down to Mizraim, I'm gonna meet them there. And then he said, this is what he said about Mizraim. You gotta listen to this to understand where we at right now, what's going on. He said, and all the places where the plagues are, famine and pestilence, and the sword. So he was saying that everywhere outside of Babylon was famine, pestilence, and the sword. Now just think about that. So everywhere outside of that bubble was famine, pestilence, and the sword, which means the famine, the pestilence, and the sword wasn't in Babylon, even though they was brought to be captive there. So everywhere outside of the captivity was what? Famine, pestilence, and the sword. They went down to Mizraim, and it was famine, pestilence, and the sword. He says, no matter where you go, outside of that captivity, because he told him, he said, no, he said, stay there. Let Nebuchadnezzar take you into captivity. And after a certain time, I'm going to bring you back. That's what he told him. Matter of fact, at that time, he said, plant vineyards and build houses and marry wives. That's what he told him. But for the beginning of that captivity. But he said, look, everywhere outside of this captivity is going to be the famine, pestilence, and the sword. Right now, what are you seeing? Everywhere outside of this particular captivity is what? Famine. So that was only for a certain period of time until the end came, and then Babylon fell in 1 hour. Babylon fell so fast that Belshazzar, when he was on the throne, he didn't even know it had failed. Somebody had to tell him. Yeah, somebody tell the dude. So this is what I'm telling y'all. This is what's going to happen. All these stuff is happening outside. Everywhere outside of the captivity is famine, pestilence, and sword. Down in Mizraim, all these other places, you want to get outside of Babylon. But when that time comes, it's gonna happen in an hour, and you're gonna be like Belshazzar. You're gonna be wondering what happened. You're gonna be seeing the handwriting on the wall. They're gonna be like, what? Let's keep this going. So let's look at the kingdom. So in the kingdom, so this particular lesson is called marrying, giving, and marriage. The most I put that, sometimes the most I put stuff in my ruach, and I have to go back and I like, okay, it took me a while to decipher it. I had to really sit there and meditate on it. Me and my aunt Jay, we was down in when I was down in Jamaica. Me and my aunt Jay, the rest of the team was going in on Shabbat. And I was watching them. I was getting hyped from Jamaica, watching them go in. And then I was like, I told Jay, I said, man, we need to dissect this. I was like, because there's more to it than what we're seeing. This whole marrying and giving and marriage thing is deeper than what it is, but we don't necessarily know what exactly that is. We got to dive and figure out what that thing is. I said, so before we had service here on Shabbat, I was online with Jay, and me and Jay was going through these scriptures trying to figure out what's going on with this marrying and giving and marriage. Why is it such a big deal? Because you got to understand that Mashiach equates this to what's going to happen in the kingdom, to the format of the kingdom. So it's got to be something more to just marrying, giving, and marriage. And the reason why, because we're going to go through the scriptures, and we're going to show you what the scripture actually says about the time of the regather. So if you go from what Yahushua said, and then you look at that statement, it seems like they conflicted. Why are they conflicting statements? So we're gonna look at all that. But not just eating and not just marrying and giving in marriage, but eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. The day that Babylon was taken, they was eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. The day that that the flood came, they was what? Eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. The time that Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, they was doing what? Eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. So if you don't understand the eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, you're not going to skip the judgment. We're going to look at this. So before I get into all that, I got to address something. So we enter into a different phase in this walk. And there's level to this. You know, we went to, you know, one point in time, remember what's the mission statement for the ministry? So the first couple of years, me and Mo were just going around awakening people, trying to wake them to who they are, trying to put videos out and give them materials, and, you know, to awaken people. And then the last couple of years, it's been going back to the order, restoring the order. You know, Ma was the first person that quoted that to me. She was like, "Man, Josh, seemed like the priesthood is being restored," and we've been walking in that sense. And so the last part is prepare, which means prepare for what? End time events. Prepare for the things that's about to come to pass, things coming down the pipe. So there's been a phase. There's a reason why rebirth work a certain way. Like, there's a reason why Augusta and Anderson move a certain way. Like we have Augusta and Anderson is going a certain direction, and the rest of the assemblies go the same direction. But a lot of the fundamental things are taught throughout all the assemblies because a certain message of direction is coming out of Anderson and Augusta, right? So all the other things that need to be learned, with all the fundamental things, have to be learned in the assemblies, right? Because the mission has to go forward. We can't go backward, right? So by saying that, it means that we go from one step to the next. We went from awakening, then we went to restoring the priesthood. Now we're preparing for the end of this captivity, right? So now there's certain things and certain ways we're going to have to move that we haven't moved before. And what I'm about to say is going to be a hard saying for some. And it's going to be a rock of offense to many. Right? What's not going to happen and amongst these assemblies is you're not going to come into these assemblies and disrespect the leaders. So this going for all y'all that's out there that's doing that. If you come in, you're not going to be welcome in these assemblies if you are speaking against the leadership. You're not. You're not. And we're going to go so far as to stop you from coming if we got to. I was praying about that thing. Because being honest, I said, Yahuah, I want to make sure that, because my Ruach said, rod of iron. That's where we got to be at now. Rod of iron. There's no time for foolishness. There's no time for that. There's no time for you to be, and this is the thing where I don't really understand anyway, but it shows that people that like that is purely Hasatan. Because, and I've never wanted to be a part of something I was against. It's not normal. Why? What else would you? What could be in you to want to be a part of something that you against, other than to be an agent of Hasatan? You got no other reason. You have no other reason but to tear down whatever that thing is from the inside out, and you're going for that specific reason. So saying that to say this, and if you don't agree, this is the thing about the awakening. In the awakening, there's many shepherds. Each assembly or ministry is a shepherd. Even though there's shepherds within it, each ministry is an individual shepherd that has a voice. So this is the thing. All these shepherds, I told y'all before, are hirelings. Rebirth is a hireling. People who don't understand the scripture, they think hireling was a negative term. No. All hireling mean is somebody that's hired by the master of the sheep. That's why it's called hireling. Right? So certain hired people, some hired pastors are unrighteous and wicked. Some of them are righteous. There's many of them. You're not required to be a part of this pasture. You can leave and go be another shepherd. And we're going to show you the door. We will. If you come up within these assemblies, coming against the order of the assemblies, we're going to show you the door. That Mo call it a hinge ministry. We're going to show you the hinges of the door. They swing both ways. Up here, we call it kick rocks. And you can kick rocks. For all those that be offended when I say kick rocks, you can kick rocks. I'm not playing. I know who you are. I know what you're doing. I know what you're trying to do. It makes no sense. Why would you follow something that you were against? Why would you be a part of something that you don't believe in? None of those things make sense. You have no other use but to be a Hasatan. That's it.
You think Yahuah gave you a message to deliver to the leadership of any ministry? Deliver the message and move on.
That's right.
It's not your job to dictate the outcome of whatever Yahuah said through you. You're just to deliver the message.
That's right.
And if you don't like what is done with the message that you deliver, you go to Yahuah in prayer. That's it. If he gave you a message, that's it. You deliver it.
And that's exactly what it is. Jonah, they're in their bitterness. Because after they delivered the message, the thing that they didn't want to happen was happening. But what they don't realize is that this is what we had in the awakening. The Most High said he's going to restore judges in the midst of the captivity. So that's what the shepherds are supposed to be. But this is what we do in this ministry. So when you come down here, we're going to judge you. We're going to judge you. So if you come in here, that's what's going to happen. There's going to be a mishpat before there's a shafat. So we're called to first mishpat to seek the Most High whether or not there should be a shafat. But everybody's judged. The righteous are judged and the unrighteous are both judged. That means you're being inspected with discernment. That's what judge means. You're going to have to pass on the rod. Because who has the rod? The shepherd. So it also means you have to submit to the authorities. So if we come in and we minister to you and you don't like what we said, like what we did, kick rocks. You're going to have to submit to the authority. If you're going to come in and you think you're going to come at the leadership, it's not going to happen. Because that means you're trying to come at the foundational beams or pillars of what the thing is built on. We're not having that. This might sound hard for some and whatever, they can think whatever they want to think. I was praying about this, and I said, because I was about to say some other stuff. Most I was like, I was praying about some Most High, am I wrong for saying this? I'm going to tell you how crazy this time. I was sitting here praying before I came in, repenting before I always come in. Right here. And while I'm praying and stuff, after I get finished praying, I sat down and I picked up my phone. And I'm going through my phone, and all of a sudden I see this thing flash in my phone. I'm like, what is this? So I go back. I'm like, huh? It was this. Rod custody, a close watching of something, guarding for the protecting. Shepherds constructed corrals of briars at night to protect the flock from predators. From the thorns used in constructing the corral, to watch over and guard in sense of preserving or protecting. Keep, observe, heed, keeper, preserve, beware, mark, watchman. Wait, watch, regard, save. That's a screenshot of my phone. Somebody sent me this in a text in December. My phone screenshotted it 30 times. 30 times while I was praying. I said, okay, Yahuah. I said, okay. Then you was like, get to work. I said, I just stopped praying and went back to the lesson. And what is 30? 30 is the age that priests serve as a priest. All the sons of Aaron at the age of 30, they go in service. All the shepherds go into their function. And this ain't even the whole page. I couldn't screenshot the whole of, but it's like 10 more. But I was like, what in the world? Right. You don't get no more clear than that. So now, So my mind went back, it's the rod of iron. So you can't, now is a time within the assemblies that we got to protect. See, and there's people that's running around in the assemblies talking about some lost sheep when you ain't no sheep. There ain't no sheep, sis. What sheep you know attack the shepherd? I'll wait. Huh? Yeah. What sheep you know attack the shepherd? They might run off, but they never attack the shepherd. Somebody told me when we was in Atlanta, they brought it up. Some people brought it up and they were talking about, well, what if they leave, what if they're wounded sheep? I said, well, the wounded sheep though can't go far because it's wounded. They stick to the shepherd. After they go so far out, they're going to bleed out and die. All right, where else they going to go? Because they wounded. The problem with people, they want to say they sheep, but what does a shepherd do? Break the legs of the sheep. But they don't want to be broken. So you come up in the midst of the assembly, and then we break you, and then you hate us for breaking you because you a goat. These are hard sayings. We're not going to allow that in here. It's not going to happen. You want to do that? That's fine. We're not even going to hate you. That's what I'm saying. There's many shepherds in Israel. Many shepherds. You can go there, and we don't have beef for them places. We can come see you, like, oh man, it's so-and-so. Love you and everything. No big deal. But it's a specific mission that we're trying to do. You're not going to hinder that mission. So I heard multiple people quote this scripture. I want you to look at this scripture again. My man Danny Yahuah brought this out. Check this out. Because people read this scripture, they quote the scripture all the time, but they'll never quote what the scripture, what the context of this is. JEREMIAH23 verse 1, 14 through 15. Right? 1, 14 and 15. Woe be unto you, shepherds, pastors, that destroy and scatter sheep of my pasture. So they say, look, this person was in your pasture, now they over there. This person was in your pasture, now they over there. Right? You're scattering the flock. Now let's get the context of what happened in the scattering. 14. I've also seen the prophets in Jerusalem in a horrible thing. They do what? Commit adultery and do what? Listen, now this is the big one right here. This is why I'm bringing this rod of iron. They strengthened also the hands of evildoers, that none doth return from his wickedness. So that's how he scattered his flock. Because he allowed the wicked to be amongst the righteous. Because he allowed the wicked to be amongst the righteous. That's how he became a shepherd who scattered the flock. This is what the Most High say them people are to him. They all unto me as Sodom and the inhabitants of Gomorrah. Let's get to the lesson. So what happened to the people that was in Sodom and Gomorrah? They was eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. Eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. 15. Therefore say, Yahuah Tseva'Oth, concerning them prophets. Behold, I'm going to feed you a wormwood. I made them drink the water of God. For the prophets of Yerushalayim is profane. It's a going for all. And there's a bunch of profane prophets and mores in Israel. But you can go have at all of them. That's where we at right now. There's a difference between you being in the assembly and you fall. A righteous person falls 7 times. You're going to fall as a righteous person. There's a difference between you being Hasatan and you falling. You being an accuser of the brethren. You're doing one of the 7 things that the Most High hate. The Most High says people that do that, you going around from place to place, turning brother against brother, again, it was just an abomination. It's an abomination. The Most High put that up with murder. It's an abomination. And so after you do that, what does Yahuah say to it? Let me see what Yahuah said. He says, now I plead with you, brethren, mark them that do what? Contrary to the doctrine which you have learned. And avoid them. So now we're telling people you need to kick rocks. They're like, oh, he's separating the sheep. Because I don't strengthen the hands of evildoers. Turn the mic on. Press where it said talk back, press B.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's funny how I'm gonna figure out the mic up here though, but it's funny how it says divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrine which you have learned. So he didn't say those who cause offense. So one thing that was brought out to me a while ago was that this thing is all about offenses and provocations.
Right.
Are you going to be provoked or offended to righteousness, or provoked and offended to wickedness? So Shaul didn't say those who cause offenses just generally.
That's right.
He says offenses against the doctrine which you have learned.
Right.
So anything against what Yahuah has spoken, anything against what Mashiach has represented when he was on the earth, those are the ones that you mark. Those who cause offenses in those areas, not those who cause offenses with hard sayings that provoke people or are supposed to provoke people to righteousness.
Look, let me tell you something. You know what I don't do? I don't go on other people's ministry talking to their people about their shepherds. You don't even come to me with it because I won't entertain it. Josh, what about so-and-so video? I don't know. Watch the video. I don't need to know nothing. I don't need to be knowing about nobody else's ministry. I don't got time to worry about nobody else's ministry. I don't. So it's the same thing here. Don't bring that here because we ain't gonna entertain it. You're not gonna come up in here dictating with something that you don't even have insight on that it was built on. You don't even know what direction we're trying to go in. And again, this is the reason. What you're doing is you're upset, and there's a lot of people running around upset, hurting in their feelings because we don't strengthen the hands of evildoers.
Oh, I found this, man. You already know I love. I love it, man. When they be on point, families. When they be on point, like it take you to so many other prophets, especially when he just said that one little saying. That one little saying, families, man. Some of these messages that you go to, families, you can take one little saying, families, and families, all you got to do is go into the Bible. And family, it'll show you so many precepts from so many different prophets that said that one little saying. And families, the message could be about 2 hours long. I'm talking about straight jewels, be number daggers up in there, families, to check you. That's how you be able to righteously judge your brother and sister out here, man. That's how you, and families, when you righteously judge them, families, you doing it with meekness. Humbly, man, you're going to be humble when you do that. The meek shall inherit the earth. It didn't say no platform. It didn't sit there and say what type of group you in. It didn't sit there and say, a nation. I didn't say nations with an S. I said a nation, a country, a city, town, village. No, none of that. It says the earth. It's the whole planet, man. So families, he's keeping it. This is what I need to hear. You know what I'm saying? This is what I need to hear. I mean, like up the gut with it. Like, talk to me, big bro. Come on now. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Talk to me, big bro. Man, my big brother talking to me right now, man. And families, man, he getting these words, man, through the set apart Ruach HaKodesh. And families, he's not doing it alone. It's the whole congregation that's there, man, that's helping them out, man. That's why you must drop precepts in, like, boom, man. You know what he just said? Man, that take me to this precept. Drop it in the chat. Hey, you just heard what that octave just said? Drop it in the chat. It might have took you to a different precept. We helping each other out, families. We helping each other out because you never know who might come to the video or whatever. Not just Moray Josh's, Rebirth Nation, but it can be Straightway. It can be Honor and Humility STL. It can be Issachar. It can be Into All Truth. It can be to Hebrews to Negroes. It can be to you can name them down, man. You can name them down, families. I'm talking about this in this truth, families. Families, I'm only talking about those that's in this truth. Why? Because y'all represent the same banner we represent. We represent Yasharala, Yisrael, the banner of truth. That is scripture. You can't come up with no name that is not in these scriptures and you want me to represent that. You want me to put my name on that. That's an oath, families. Especially if you're saying it for life. But then you want to speak against sororities and fraternities, but you doing the exact same thing, but you using the Most High, Yah name to get your glorification. It's crazy, man. You see how these heathens do this stuff, man? And then you see how these heathens play they cards. Man, they doing that Keisha Cole and that Tupac joint for real, family. They playing their cards right, man. Yeah, they playing their cards right, families. And they ain't even nothing to play with, man. Ain't even that, families. They ain't even that deep, man. It's just showing you that, man, you got so many snakes in your grass, man, you gotta mow it. I won't even say mow it. Because if you mow it, you'll really see how many snakes you got in your grass. Why mow it? Just burn it. That way you ain't even got to see the snakes. They're going to burn with the fire, man.
We don't. Ain't nobody in here talking about teaching people fornication and adultery and all that kind of foolishness. See, those are things that cause that issue. We speaking against it. And those that do that, we separate them. Those that fall and that repent, we restore such a one. That's spiritual. But we're going to do what our function is. So don't come in here and think that we're not going to do what our function is. We're going to judge you. We're going to judge you. Right? And after we give mishpat, we're not going to come in here and bring shafat. We're not going to come here and execute you. Unless the Most High say so. Yeah, yes. Most High say, bring the shafat. We're gonna be like Yahuah Tseva'Oth. We're gonna do it. But the Most High first requires us to have mishpat before we have shafat. And so some of them we're gonna come in, we're gonna discern that you're righteous. And again, it ain't about, see, it's different between, I'm telling you, it's different between you falling and having an offense and being hostile. Everybody's gonna be falling in something. Everybody got something they deal with, something they falling short on. Everybody falling short. I'm falling short in areas of my life. Everybody falling short on something. You destroy that person. When you come and you attack the foundation of what's going on in the ministry, you hostile. And as Yahuah say, I'm going to deliver you to hostile. Since that's your father, I'm going to send you to him. Hinge ministry. Now let's get into this. Go Matthew 22. And the crazy thing is, what I just told you is going back to eating and drinking, marrying, and giving in marriage. All these things relate to that. When Yahushua says certain things, they have so much weight, and sometimes they can go so many different directions. But if you're not paying attention, it just go right over your head. I'm going to start at 23. Matthew 22, verse 23. The same day came unto him the Sadducees, which say there's what? No resurrection. And asked him, saying, Master, Moshe said if a man die having no children, his brother shall marry his wife and raise up a seed unto his brother. By the way, that's called a live-right marriage. Now there be 7 brethren. The first when he had married a wife, deceased, having no issue. The second, his wife, he left his wife unto his brother, 26. Likewise, the second also, and the third unto the 7th. So all 7 of them married this woman who was married to this original first man. Last of all, the woman died also. The woman dead now. Therefore, in the resurrection, whose wife shall she be of the 7? For they all had her. Yahushua answered said unto them, you err because you don't know the scriptures. Go ahead. I got you. Go on, come over here. Nah, right here. Okay.
Yeah, what I was about to say is that to the average man outside of Mashiach, they probably would have been stuck on that.
Right. They'd be offended. They're already in their feelings. He said they don't know the scriptures.
So that's a hard question, but it's interesting because everybody asked Mashiach a hard question, but he never was not able to answer the question. He was always able to answer it and then give you a revelation that will come 2,000 years down the line.
Right. Yeah. You error because you don't know the scriptures. So the first thing is concerning this potential situation with this woman and these 7 husbands, is that there's something else going on in the scriptures about this. But let's look at what he says. For in the resurrection, they do what? Well, like that what? So when Mashiach said this, ever since then, the notion is that after the resurrection, we no longer marry. Everybody ever heard that? So now what we got to do is we got to inspect this and see if it's true or not. He says, read it again. He says, for in the resurrection, they neither marry nor given in marriage. For all that, I like the Malaks of Elohim and Shamayim. But it's touching the resurrection of the dead. Have you not read what spoken by unto you Elohim by saying, I'm the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob. Elohim is not the Elohim of the dead, but of the living. And when the multitude heard this, they were what? Because none of them got it. To this day, people not getting it. Now let's look at this. That statement that he had is so loaded, and it means so many different things that you got to go step by step by step to see what he's talking about. All right, so let's look at this. Matthew 22:30. Again, for in the resurrection they neither marry nor given in marriage, but are as the Malaks of Elohim and the Shamayim. All right? Let's start busting up some myths. All right? So let's look at that. Did the Most High promise us to multiply or to divide? In the resurrection. So how are we going to multiply and then we not marrying or giving in marriage?
Yeah, if you take it at face value, you think that fornication was allowed in the kingdom. But we know that that's not happening in the kingdom because Yahuah is righteous. So the question would be, would it be really?
So are we going to just be a bunch of clones? We'll clone ourselves? Because it seems like, don't it seem like two completely, how you going to say you're going to multiply two contradictory statements? So let's look in the scripture and see what it says. It's interesting that when you look at the Tav, right, the sign of it is an X, which is the same symbol for multiplication. Multiplying at the end. So let's look at this. Families, right? So we know that families multiply. Adam told, Mosai told Adam and Shavah to do what? Be fruitful and multiply. Did they make clones of themselves? They actually multiply, right? That means they married and gave in marriage. So how can he say there will be none in the resurrection if in the resurrection we're supposed to multiply? Let's see if that's for real, for real. Let's look at some scripts. Jeremiah 30:18-20. But thus says Yahuah, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and it's the resurrection of the nation. I will have mercy on the dwelling places in the city, should be built upon our own heap. That's literally a resurrection. Rebuilding the city. And the place there shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of them shall proceed thanksgiving and the voice of them that make merry. I will, and they shall, I will also glorify them, and their children shall be when? So how you going to do that if you're not marrying and giving in marriage? It also says you're not eating and drinking, but didn't he say he's going to eat and drink with us in the kingdom? So what is he talking about? Let's keep going. Deuteronomy 30, 3 through 5. Then that Yahuah Elohim will turn the captivity, still talking about the captivity, right? And have compassion on thee, and return and gather thee from all nations, right? And Yahuah, thy Elohim, have scattered thee. Where Yahuah Elohim have scattered thee. If any of thee be driven out from the uttermost parts of heaven from thence, Yahuah your Elohim will gather thee, and from thence he will fetch thee, and Yahuah your Elohim will bring you to the land your fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thy good, and but in the resurrection, we neither marry nor give in marriage. Ezekiel 36:8. Just give you all the context. You got to get how contradictory these two statements are, right? Ezekiel 36:8 through 11. But ye, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches, and you shall to who? For they are at hand to come. For behold, I am with you, and I will return to you, and ye shall be tilled and sown. I will. And all the house of Israel, even in all the cities shall be inhabited, and the waste shall be builded. I will, man and beast, and they shall, I will settle you after your old, so that means your old houses. That don't mean, you know what in the context of estate means tribe, like the houses of tribes. It don't mean that like your estate, like the Biltmore estate, or like a house. It means your line, your lineage. The estate of Yahusha, right? The estate of Malawan Yahu. The estate of like basically they always called by the man. The men and the women are called by the man, the father. You understand what I'm saying? So that would include Malacca and everybody else. All these families that's tied to a specific estate, to a patriarch and a matriarch, but the house is named by the father, right? Exactly. Exactly. But how you going to do that without marrying and giving in marriage? How you going to do that without eating and drinking? Just give you all these examples. Ezekiel 37, 25 through 26. And they shall dwell in the land that they have given to Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers shall dwell. They shall dwell therein, even, this is going to be very specific, even they and how's that going to happen? I mean, he told him, he said, you do err because you don't know the scriptures. In the resurrection, they either married or given in marriage. Well, how they going to have 3 generations of children? And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I'll make a covenant of peace with them, and it shall be an everlasting. Remember that term, covenant of peace. Everybody remember that. Bring me back to it. All right? Bring me back to that phrase, covenant of peace. And it shall be an everlasting covenant with them. I will, and I will set my. So I thought the sanctuary comes in the resurrection. Don't he says that he gonna have the temple in the midst of us? So how are we still multiplying? How are we still marrying? He said there's gonna be no marriage, no giving in marriage. We're not gonna be doing that in the resurrection. I'm gonna give you everything, y'all. So y'all get out. I'm gonna give you every scripture on this, because people are gonna be like, I don't know about all that. Give you all the scriptures. Isaiah 62, 20 through 22. Thy people shall be all righteous. We know that happens in the resurrection, right? And they shall inherit the land forevermore, which also comes in the resurrection. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. A little one shall do what? How does a little one become 1,000? Wasn't Abraham a little one and became 1,000? Wasn't there 70 families 70 people that they say that went down into Mizraim and became a whole nation? How does a little one become 1,000 in a small and a strong nation? Yahuah said he gonna hasten it in a specific time. We're talking about worlds. Let's look at this. I'm gonna get even deeper into this. Luke 20:33 through 36. Therefore, in the resurrection, because we get another explanation of the same event, like another person's record of the same thing that's said. Okay? We're going to see that Lucas goes in a little more in-depth of what Yahushua said. Therefore, in the resurrection, whose wife of them is she? For 7 had her to wife. When we talking about all this stuff is concerning the Levirate marriage. I'll tell you so many levels of this. And Yahushua said unto them, the children of Mary and are given in marriage. But they that shall be accounted worthy obtain, and neither married nor given in marriage, neither can they die anymore, for they are equal to the who? And are the children of Elohim. Are you not the Malachim right now? Are you not the children of Elohim right now? Being the children of what? Aren't you the children of the awakening? Aren't you the children of the first fruits? But it says you neither marry nor given in marriage. Well, if you're the people of the awakening, then what kind of sense? Okay, so we know that we've been destroyed, we've been killed and slaughtered in masses. So now, think about it. So now you're going to take these people who are still technically a minority in the world, and you're going to bring them into a certain place, and you're going to set them up, right, to fill up a land, and they don't even have enough people to fill them up, and they're going to cut off the population, and they're going to set it at a certain number. The land is so big that it goes from the Euphrates to the Nile, but you only got, a handful of million people in there, a couple of million people in there. Maybe 60 million, 70 million people. Something like that, probably. 80, I think 70 million maybe. 30 in America, probably maybe 70 million maybe. Right? More women than men. So there ain't gonna be but a handful of men in the resurrection. That's done. All that stuff is over with. Let's look at this. Do you notice what I'm trying to get you to see before we move into forward? Because we got piecemeal this to get for you to get it. Notice how there's 2 different worlds. And he says the children of this particular world marry and give in marriage. But now he says, but those that are worthy of that world neither marry nor given in marriage. Now, did he say that they won't marry or given in marriage in that world? Let's read it slow. But they that shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world in the resurrection dead neither marry nor given in marriage. But before that, he said the children of this world married and given in marriage. So is he saying that the people in the next world don't do that? Or he's saying that you got people that marry and people that don't? And the people that didn't obtain that world?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was taught to me in the church that there would be a group of people who would continue to marry and have children, but then there would be a group who would not. And the way they explained it to me was the ones who died in Jesus, when they were resurrected, they would not marry or be given in marriage. But the ones who raptured into the kingdom, they would be able to marry because they would still be living on the earth.
Okay. So let's look at these 2 worlds. All right? Right. So the key to one of the first keys to understanding this is this. He says that the people who don't marry, they're like the sons of who? Elohim. They're the children of Elohim. Now it's interesting that 1 John 3:1 says, behold, what manner of love have Abba bestowed upon us, that we should be called what? Therefore the world, what? Let me ask you a question. So the world don't know you, right? Are some of y'all married? What does the word know mean? in the text? Intimacy. Copulation, right? Intercourse. So it says that, and how do you don't have intercourse until you first what? Married. So what it's saying is that the world is not married to you. You're not in covenant with the world. They don't know you. But are you, some of y'all literally married? Did not Yahushua come and the ones who wasn't in the order didn't come in a covenant with him? Didn't he say he's going to return and he's going to tell those who are not covenant with him, I never... So isn't he the son of Elohim? Doesn't he have a bride? Didn't he get married? So he the only one that's getting married. Let's look at this. Matthew 1:24-25. Just so people that stuck on the word no. Then Joseph, being raised from his sleep, the Malachim of Yahuah had bidden him and taken unto him his wife, and he did what? What love of Yahuah called us that we should be called the sons of Elohim, right? And it goes on and says that what? The word neither knew him and neither knows us. I'm paraphrasing, but he doesn't know us. We're not covenant with him, right? And they weren't covenant with him either. Both of us are supposed to be sons of Elohim. He's the son of Elohim, and he gave us the power to become what? 1 Samuel 1:19. They rose up in the morning early, and they worshipped before Yahuah. In return, and there came to the house Ramah at Elkanah. So that means he knew who she was. So he know who she was. Like, who this woman in my house? You must be Hannah.
I was looking into this literally last night because I'm trying to figure out the difference between like when it says that a man knew a woman versus when he just came into her. Because you like with Dinah or when men just or even with David going into Bathsheba, like it didn't say he knew her. It said he just went into her. And so is that like how when the Ruach rests upon you versus when it's in you type of thing?
Well, in the context of they talking about the literal. So sometimes that could be interchangeable. That new and will go in, depends on how the writer is writing it.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be dealing with too that maybe doing something like out of the order. You're just going into a woman like Bathsheba versus you knowing your wife.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So let's keep moving. Right? Matthew 20:22 and 30. Well, it says what? For in the resurrection they neither marry nor given in marriage, but as the Malachim and the Shamayim. Luke 17:26-27. And then listen. And as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it what? Right? They did it what? So, until the day they went into the ark, these people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. Who was the they? In Luke, it says that as it was in the day of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the Son of Man. They did eat, drink, married wives, and were given in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the day of the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. The wicked. So hold up. So Noah wasn't married, and he didn't give women in marriage. But I thought the problem was they was married and giving in marriage, eating and drinking. So Noah wasn't eating and drinking. He got drunk after they finished. He got to the shore. He wasn't married and giving. Was he not married and gave wives to other men? Or gave his son to wives? So how is this about marrying and giving in marriage? Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Who are they? Let's go to Genesis 6. It says they were marrying and giving in marriage. Genesis 6 verse 1. 1 second. That's the wrong thing. Because remember now, Noah's married and he gave sons to wives. He's marrying and giving in marriage. He's eating and drinking. But it says that those that were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage died. Right? And it said it's going to be the same way. So what exactly is it talking about? Why would it say they? Because they both parties are doing the same thing. But it don't say anything about the Elohim. It says eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. Context is everything. Genesis 6 verse 1. And it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of who? Hold up. Didn't Mashak say in the resurrection you shall be like who? Who neither married nor given in marriage? The sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, and they were what? And they did what? And Yahuah said, my Ruach shall not always strive with man. So why does this make the Most High angry? Listen, for that also, he's also flesh. Yeah, his days should be 120 years. And there was giants in earth in those days. And after that, the sons of Elohim came into. There go you came into. Their offspring. Who the sons of Elohim? They the Malachim. Right? They came down, they took wives. People who don't believe this, you just a fool, because it's all through the scripture. If you believe that the sons of self-nonsense that white folks came up with, that's what came up with that. Because there's no culture on the earth who don't have this story. No culture on earth don't have this story. You go to the Babylonians, they call them the Anunnaki, the ones from which heaven came. They talk about how the quote-unquote gods came down and made it with their women, and they birthed out giants. If you go to the Greeks and the Greeks and Romans call them the Titans. And the Olympians who came down did the same thing. Even the Native Americans have a story about, they call them the Star People. And how the Star People came down and had mated with their women and they birthed giants. The Asians got the same story. Matter of fact, all of them got also a flood story. They got a flood story, and they got a story of these people coming down and mating with their women and creating giants. Pygmies in Africa got the same story. Ron had it in a documentary. He's talking about that exact same story. And they got a story about how the Bantu people went to war with them. The Pygmies in Africa got a story about these people, guys that came down, had these children that were giants, and how the Bantus went to war with them. That's what you think that is. That's the Exodus. Anyway, going on and on. Every single culture on earth has a story. The Bible lines up with it. When quote unquote wicked and righteous people have sex, they don't have giants. They don't produce giants, last time I checked. Some of the giants were 16, 17 foot tall in the Bible. I I'd have done a whole, I used to do teachers on that whole subject. I got grave sites, excavations where they pull bones. Femurs that was 7 feet tall. Femurs that was 7 foot tall. Yeah. The Smithsonian covered it all up. This is real. And they doing it right now. It ain't stopped happening. And I could have went to a whole lesson on this, but that's not what this is about. It's just an element of this. So you got to understand who came down and took these wives. It was the fallen. This is the reason why the Most High put a cap on how long their children can live. Why would marrying and giving in marriage anger the Most High when he told Adam and Havah to marry and give in marriage, to produce seed and do the exact same thing. So now these people from another realm, and we just talked about, I said the people of that world marry, and people of that world, two worlds. So now these people from another world invade this world. They have offspring that the Most High had to kill, had to cut them off. He said they can only live for a certain length of time. And all the people that remember the text we kept reading, Genesis 6, you're going to say all flesh was corrupted. That don't mean they was sinning. Like, how can a turtle sin? How can a dog sin? How can fish sin? But all flesh was corrupted. You know, listen, you don't see this happening right now? You know that your fish is corrupted in the market because they done genetically modified it. You don't know that you can't eat, you can barely eat hamburgers, you don't know what they put in it. You don't know that they putting stuff in the water. They putting stuff in you. What do you think the coronavirus is? A coronavirus is a carrier of genetic material, because that's what viruses are. Because viruses are man-made and not natural. And they are carriers of genetic material. They've corrupted everything. Who are they learning from? The fallen ones. The only thing is, they telling you that they're not, because they don't want you to even think none of this stuff is true. But if you go back to the text, you got to understand who the they was. Let's go back. It says, they did eat and drink. They married wives and were given in marriage until, so what? They married wives, they had children and gave them in marriage. So they had a seed that was going on in the earth. A wicked seed. The Most High sent the flood to destroy it. To destroy them all. So let's look at this, y'all. Let's look at this. Let's keep going. So we know who the they are at this point, right? And again, it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. They took wives which all they should chose. And Yahuah said, my Ruach shall not always strive with men, for he is also flesh, that his days should be 120 years. And now, not too long after that, he cut all of them off, killed everybody's bloodline, because it was all corrupted. So the Malachim came down, and they eat and drink, they married, and they gave in marriage. Now the Most High says that those in the resurrection going to be like who? Them. You do error because you don't understand the scriptures. let's keep going. Matthew 22:30. Let's go back to it. In the resurrection, they married, no giving in marriage. I'm going to keep going back to these scriptures because you got to understand this. But I like the Malachim and the Shamaim. So did the Malachim and the Shamaim, that's in the Shamaim now, did they come down? Did they leave that world they was in? When he says people of one world marry and give in marriage. I know the other is going to obtain the next world, they don't. Say it slow again. So the people of this particular world marry and give in marriage. The ones that go obtain the other world do not. So that when Mashiach says this, he says you're going to be like the angels. He didn't say that were in heaven. He said that are in heaven. So the Malachim that are in heaven right now, did they come down and do this? The ones who came down and did this, I'm going to show you exactly where they are. So it was one group of people. One of them married and given in marriage, the other one didn't. During the flood, we saw before the flood, both parties are married and given in marriage. So what does it mean? Luke 17:26-27. Right? Again, as was there in the days of Noah, it shall be also in the days of the Son of Man. They did eat, drink, and they married and given in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. Right? So let's look at that. And the rain went upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and the same day Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and so they was all married. Keep going. So where Noah's sons, where Noah's sons were eating and drinking, married and given in marriage. Also, we've established that, right? We established that Noah and his sons were Noah was married. He gave his sons in marriage. They were eating and drinking. All right. So let's keep going. But did they survive the destruction? Did they the resurrection of the world? Were they not in that resurrection? Right? Number one, Noah was married and his 3 sons took wives, marriage and given in marriage. Number 2, the Most High commanded him to take 7s of every clean animal and 2s of every unclean. To do what? Sustain him, eating and drinking. 3, he and his sons were eating and drinking, marrying, giving in marriage, and survived the destruction. They participated in the resurrection. So that's the first myth busted. Let's keep going. Let's go to Jude. Let's find out what happened to the they. Everybody say they. Let's find out what happened to they. The angels kept out their first estate, their first world. Their first, but left their own, he have reserved to what? Even as Sodom and Gomorrah. We're going to see these cities pop up over and over and over again. Noah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Noah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Noah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over, and I'm going to tell you why. Fornication and going after what? Now, isn't it strange flesh that the Malachim came down and inserted themselves into the population? Were they supposed to do that? No. They weren't supposed to marry with man. They weren't supposed to take wives with mankind. They wasn't even supposed to come down into this world and invade the world. But they left their world to go in another world, and then they made covenants. That's what a marriage is. They made covenants, and then they produced offspring of those covenants until the day of the destruction came. Go to Genesis 19. Go fast as I can. So let's find out about this. He said it's going to be like Sodom and Gomorrah, right? We just read that. Days of Noah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Let's read about Sodom and Gomorrah. Genesis 19, verse 1. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening. Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And when he bowed himself to his face toward the ground, that's interesting. There was 2 Malachim. We know there's 2 houses of Israel. We're supposed to be the sons, children of what? Elohim. Sons of Elohim. And he said, behold, now my Lord, turn in, I pray thee, into thy servant's house, and tarry here all night. Wash your feet. You shall rise up early and go your ways. And they said, nay. Nah, bruh. We're going to abide in the streets all night. Now, you got to understand the context. They wouldn't, say it again. Yeah, we are. They wouldn't be in them streets so they can judge Sodom. So they can give mishpat. Right? So they can see it so it can be judged. But let's see what happens. 3. But Lot, I'm adding that in there, but that's context. He pressed upon them greatly. He kept saying, come on, man, come on, just come in and eat with me, man. Come in and eat with me. And they turned in, and he entered into his house, and they made them a what? And baked what? And eat. So they eating and drinking. 4. But before they lay down and entered the city, as Sodom came and compassed the house, both old and young. Both. So the whole city, from the children to the elders, surrounded the house because they seen the Malachim go inside of his house. Now what did we just read? It was given over to what? Strange flesh. Listen what they say. The whole town now, from the children to the elders, they all surrounded Lot's house. 5. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came in unto thee this night? Bring them out unto us that we may what? What love have Yahuah showed us? That we should be called the children of Elohim, because as the world knew not him, they also don't know us. But they wanted to do what? Know these Malachim, these 2 Malachs. They came in the midst. They was what? Eating and drinking. They was looking for what? Strange flesh. The sons of Elohim did what? Came down into where? Their world. So now they want to have them. The children, listen how weird this is. The children want to have sexual relations with the Malachim. Right. You can't get no more weird and wicked than that. They are, listen. Before the men lay down, what was it, 6? And Lot went out the door unto them, and they shut the door behind him. And said, I pray unto you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, I have which ye have not known the man. So now he's going to give them the marriage. Let's keep reading. Now I have 2 daughters, 2 Malachim, 2 daughters, right? 2 houses, which ye have not known the man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out to you, and do with them as if it's good in your eyes. Only these 2 men do nothing, for therefore they came under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. Get out my way. You fired. They said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he would needs be a judge. Now we will deal with worse with thee. In other words, after we rape these angels, we're going to rape you too. Worse than thee, than with them. And they pressed so upon the man, and even Lot came near. They was coming near to break the door down. But the man put forth their hand. The Malachim went, snatched Lot, pulled him inside of the house, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door with the house of blindness, both small and great, the children, everybody blind. And so they wearied themselves to find a door. They were groping at noonday. And then the men said unto Lot, has there any besides thee, the son-in-law? So he turned around. So the Malachim said, okay, look. Most High sent me. I'm coming down into your world. Remember, they was the ones like in the heavens. They didn't make wives. They didn't lay with women or men, right? So now they say, oh, look, you got anybody else in your house besides your son-in-law and thy sons? We're coming back to the second of that too. Thy daughters and whosoever that has in the city, we're gonna bring them all out. We're gonna bring them all out of this place. For we will destroy this place because the cry is waxing great before the face of Yahuah. And Yahuah have sent us to do what? And Lot went out and spake to his sons-in-law, and which married what? So his 2 daughters was married. But they haven't laid with their husbands yet, which means they were betrothed. And said, get you up out of this place, for Yahuah will destroy the city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And in the morning they arose, and the angels hasted, said Lot, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And when he lingered, the men when he lingered, the Malachim or the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and the hand of his 2 daughters. Yahuah being merciful unto him, and brought them forth, and set him without the city. So who didn't come with him? Sons and son-in-law. Say it again, sis. All right, so let's look at this. Genesis 6, right? They're trying to mate with the Malachim, trying to make them covenants with them, right? And there came 2 angels of Sodom. We just read that. I ain't got to read that. It said they were going to be in the streets all night. So let's keep going. So let's look at that. There was 2 Malachim, right? They was in the what? Streets. And I will give power to my... And they shall prophesy 1,003 days clothed in sackcloth. Now, didn't they say they was going to abide in the streets and they was there to judge the city? If any man will hurt them, which fire proceeds out of their mouth, did not fire come down from the heavens and destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? And devour their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, in this manner he must be killed. And their dead bodies lie in the street of that great city, which is called spiritually where our master was crucified. Let's look at this. We're going to start reeling this back. I got to give the context before we start going into deep what this stuff means. Genesis 19:3. Remember, so we see that he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned unto him and entered into his house. He made them a feast. So they was eating and drinking, right? 11 bread they did eat. And then in what? In 19:8 he says, I have 2 daughters which have not known a man. I pray you, bring them unto you, and do to them as good in your eyes. So he's giving them over to marriage, even though they was already married, right? But they hadn't known the man, they hadn't consummated it yet. Genesis 19:12 through 13, right? And the man said unto Lot, hast thou any more besides thee? We just read that, 13. But we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahuah, and Yahuah has sent us to destroy it. So this is the reason why going back to what Yahushua said, that those that are part of that resurrection are like what? They like the Malachim. They are sent into a place to cry against it, right? They sent into Sodom to pull out those that are married. I'm telling you this, it's gonna get deep, and given in marriage. Did not, in both cases, those that were married and given in marriage, they were the ones who saved their houses. Say it one more time. Did we just not read that Noah was married and given in marriage, and he was a savior? He was a savior at that time. Do we not just see that Lot was married and given in marriage, eating and drinking, and he was saved during destruction? The Malachim was sent to those that were married and given in marriage. Let's keep going. And again, I'm just going to keep reminding you of these scriptures. And that Malachim was left their first estate. They left their world. So that means that he says that, remember Yahushua said that in the resurrection, those people won't marry nor give in marriage. They're like the what? Malachim. Right? And the Shamayim. Not like the ones who what? Came down. Who did what? Took wives of men, from men, right? They went into another world and made covenants with the people in a different world. And the Malachim, which kept not the first name, but left their own habitation, reserved into everlasting chains and into darkness to this day. Let me ask you a question. If we're going to start reeling this back. Did not our people leave Jerusalem, which is a world unto itself? We done read it. It's its own world. And then they not make covenants with other nations, so they got brung down to Sheol and been in chains and the darkness unto this day? Even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities in a like manner. So is not the Most High sent out his two prophets to pull those out of Sodom before the destruction come, before fire is rained down from heaven? But he's going to those that are married and given in marriage, those who can eat the unleavened bread. Come on, man. Strange flesh, y'all. This is the reason why Yahushua said you do error because you don't know the scriptures. Every prophet prophesied we're going to multiply during that time period. So what is he talking about? Talking about strange flesh. If I say strange flesh. And again, Genesis 19 and 14, but go back to Sodom. Before they lay down in the middle of the city, the Sodom compassed about both young and old, the people from every quarter, and were called unto Lot, saying unto him, where are the men which came unto thee this night? Bring them out that we may have intercourse, or we might join ourselves with strange flesh. Whole mob, like we said, even the children. They all out there, they're rushing to join themselves with strange flesh. Anyway, it's going to come out. So again, what it said, Genesis 19:12, this is the glaring thing in the context of Sodom. When we talk about Noah, talks about Sodom. Talks about Noah, talks about Sodom. Yahushua talks about it his time of his coming is going to be like what? The time of Noah. You talk about, then we read Kepha, and he's talking about Sodom. Genesis 19 and 12. Then the man said unto Lot, has there any besides these, the son-in-law and thy? So his sons were destroyed. We just talked about that. His sons-in-law were destroyed. Now we're talking about two different cases, because in Noah, his sons and his daughter-in-laws were saved. But in Lot's time, his sons and his son-in-laws were destroyed. Let's see what happened. Let's look at that. Where the sons at? Where the sons at? And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law and married his daughters and said, get you up out of this place, for Yahuah will destroy the city. But he seemed like one that mocked into his sons-in-law. You want to know why? Because they were strange flesh. Right. Because this I'm gonna start explaining this stuff. So when you are married, that means you're in covenant. So the ones that are of the future world, they don't make covenants with people of this world. Two worlds. Maybe he says those of this world marry and give in marriage. Well, what happened? The Malachim came down, went into that particular world and made covenants with those people. Right? With the who? With the wicked. And their offspring was the wicked. But those that are righteous didn't do that. They didn't what? They didn't make covenants with them. Well, does that mean they're not in covenant? Of course they don't, because they're in covenant with the Most High. But they didn't make covenants with the wicked. They didn't go in with the wicked. They didn't have their seed perpetrate or come through the wicked. What you about to say? Go ahead.
You know, this brings a new meaning to our soul tie.
Right,
so
right.
It makes sense in regards to what you're saying. Those who are made covenants who are tied their soul or their ruach to this current world won't make it into the new world because everything of this world has to happen.
Right. So it goes back to this. This is the reason why his sons had to die. Because his sons, even though they were Hebrews, they had joined themselves with strange flesh. He had joined himself with people from another covenant, another world. Each world within itself. Israel is its own world. So if you go out of this world and you make covenants with people of another world, you're gonna be locked in chains to the time of judgment. Because you are what? The sons of Elohim.
Love not this world, Don't tie your soul to this world.
So his sons were destroyed. Right? His sons-in-law were destroyed. That's why it was like mocking. He's like, what are you talking about? You're going around right now, people listening in assembly, you telling them about the stuff that's going on. They think they mock it, like you just said. They don't understand this. They don't register them because they have a different covenant, even though they're in the house with you. They're betrothed, right, to someone, but they haven't become intimate with them. Remember, the daughter's on the one. The daughter survived, but the husbands did. But they hadn't laid with them yet. Let's look at this. This is 19:15 through 16. In the morning they arose, and the angel said, "Take thou again thy wife and thy two daughters." It's not the sons-in-law, not the sons, the wife and the two daughters. And then the wife got blasted because she's looking back, like you said, she's looking back for the sons. Everybody who wanted to go back to those covenants. We told you, everybody that was given over in Sodom was given over to what? Strange flesh. The Malachim came down and all they want to do is have lack of a better term, illegal covenants. Let's keep going. So let's look at Abraham. He said it's going to be like Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Genesis 19:28. And Abraham got up early in the morning for the place where he stood before Yahuah. He looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah and toward the land of the plain and beheld the what? Babylon. Revelation 18:19. And the kings of the earth, Abraham, but he didn't commit fornication. Well, committed fornication and lived deliciously with her. In other words, had intercourse, made covenants with strange flesh. Shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see what? The smoke of her burning, standing afar off in fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, that mighty city, for in 1 hour her judgment is come. So those of the covenant will see it. Was not Abraham married? Let's keep going. Isaiah 13:19. And of Babylon, the glory of the kingdom, the beauty of the Chaldees exploits shall be as when what? So this is the reason why you see, even though Yahushua talks about Noah, everybody, all the other writers go back to Sodom and Gomorrah. Because this time period is going to be the exact same way. The Malachim will come down who don't what? Tie themselves with the people of this world, who don't make covenants. They're going to be the ones who what? Who be able to snatch out and save their two daughters. Yehudah, Israel, the two daughters. Let's keep going, y'all. All right? So the conclusion. Lot was married and he gave his daughter into marriage to Sodomites. Married and given in marriage. drinking on the day of destruction. The same day of destruction he was eating and drinking. Right? Eating and drinking. He and his daughters were eating and drinking, married and given in marriage, and they were delivered from the destruction. They was able to survive the destruction or be a part, or remember after destruction is the resurrection. So let's look at this. So Lot and his sons were eating and drinking, married and given in marriage also. Is that correct? Right? So let's keep going. So let's revisit all this. Luke 17:27-30. They eat and drink, they married wives, and were given into marriage to the day they entered into the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. Likewise, as it also is the day of Lot, they did eat and drink, they bought, they sold, they planted, they built. Who was the they? The sons of Elohim. Right? But the same day Lot went, the day that Lot went out of Sodom, see them two things connected, Noah, Sodom and Gomorrah. It rained what? Fire and brimstone from heaven and destroyed them all. Even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed. So during this time of the Son of Man, there's one group from the heavenly realm who's come down, or they was given, who are the sons of Elohim, who started to come down and make covenants with people who are Sodomites. Covenant with the wicked. Right. Also sounds like Israel. In current times. So let's look at this. Go to 2 Peter 1-6. Everybody follow me so far? So we established that it can't be talking about, the prophecies say that we're going to multiply, we're going above our fathers, that we will marry and give in marriage. We see that the times that, the examples that the forefathers give us about those people was both married and given in marriage, eating and drinking. So if we're looking at this, now we're starting to understand the real purpose of what this is saying. 2 Peter 2:1-6. Let's look at this. But there were false prophets also among the people, even so there should be false teachers among you, who shall privately bring in damnable heresies, denying Yahuah that brought them, and bring them upon themselves to destruction. And many gonna follow their pernicious ways, of whom about the way of truth is what? We just talked about the people at the beginning of this lesson. They're speaking about those who are in the way, because they what? They are married to Sodomites. They're in covenants with people of this world. And because of that, they're going to be locked in chains until the time of judgment. They're not going to be delivered because of their ruach is tied, like I said, their soul tied to the forces of this world. 3. And through covetousness, they shall do what? With fiends' words, make what? In other words, they're gonna sell you by bringing you in the covenant. Of whose judgment is now lingereth what? Lingereth not. And their damnation do what? For if Elohim spare not the what? That sin, but cast them down into what? And deliver them into what? Reserved unto judgment. Aren't you not the Malachim? So the Most High says, if you come down, if you leave our world and make covenants with people from this world, you're going to be locked in chains, thrown in hell, and you will not escape the judgment. Keep going. Again, it says, and with covenants, they shall make fiend words, make merchandise of you, whose judgment of a long time lingereth not, and a damnation slumbereth not. So if you go look up that word, I think it's merchandise. It says to go a trading, to travel for business, traffic or trade. So they selling you. They selling you because you made covenants with them. You received a Torah, like Ma'at was talking about on Shabbat. You received a Torah. You've come into covenant with them, but these people are wicked. They're Sodomites. So you're not going to make it out of Sodom. The Malachim has come to pull you out, but you're looking back because you're looking for your sons. Right. You're looking for everything that you're still tied to. These soul ties, because you went in, because you're a son of, you're supposed to be a son of Elohim, but now you've came down and you have made it with people from other worlds. Between two worlds. So look at this text. We're going to see that even Kiefer, when he talks about this, he talks about the context of worlds, right? And Yahushua, this is from the other scripture. Yahushua said unto him, the children of this world do what? This particular world. But they that should be counted obtain that world, of course they don't. So this is what that scripture was talking about. It's one period of time. During that period of time when the Malachim came down, wasn't that Malachim who didn't come down exact same time? Aren't they the ones who are still going to have honor in the future? So he's saying that people that come down now, the people of our nation, who make covenants with people of other nations, and also make covenants with people that say Israel that's wicked, because it goes both ways. Because a person that's a traitor in Israel is really the wicked. But anybody that has covenant with those people during that time, right? They've married and they've been given in marriage because their birthright is to be what? Sons and daughters of Elohim. But they left their first estate. They left their habitation and they've made covenants with the wicked. 2 Peter 4-5. For if Elohim not spared the angels that see him cast down into hell, right? He said, deliver them unto chains of darkness and reserved to judgment. And spare not the whole world, right? But save Noah, the 8th person, the preacher of righteousness, bringing in the flood upon the world of the ungodly. Now this is interesting. We talking about worlds, because we know that the word world means order. And you look up concordances and get these words. So I said, I want to know what if I just Google the word world, what would it say? The difference between world and earth. About to get into that next. World is used to indicate a place or area within the planet of Earth. So even Wikipedia knows that when it says world, it's not talking about the Earth. World can indicate a place or area that's outside the planet Earth too, if humans happen to live there. The world is often referred to physically non-existent places such as dream world. The Earth indicates the planet called Earth. So that's the last reference. Let's go a little further. It says, this is all in Google. What's the biblical meaning of world? Listen, the idea of order is always present in the meaning of universe or world. So now you got people who are coming against what? They're coming against the order. Because they left their habitation. Right? So they think they're going to leave their habitation and come and make covenants with the sons of Elohim. But we're like the ones in heaven. We're not like the wicked who come down and mate with sodomites.
That's a Hasatanic trait. Even Hasatan came down and made covenants with men, and his whole goal was to be like unto Yahuah and essentially war with Yahuah.
That's right.
Same thing with men today. They come down, they leave their birthright or leave their inheritance or what order they are with, and they look to war against those who have remained in the order by making covenants with Hasatan.
That's right. And again, this is just Google. The present meaning universal world, which is the sense. Even the Greek noun most often carries. In the biblical thought, of course, this order is a result of God's activity. The word cosmos may refer to universe or the whole creation. You see that even in the text. I'm just going to give you some examples. The difference between earth and the world. Jeremiah 51:15. So we don't just stick to that one scripture like we like to do sometimes. Israel's a world without end. That's on scripture we go. Let's get some other references to that. Jeremiah 51:15. He hath made the earth by his power. Now he's going to make a distinction between the two. He hath established the world by his wisdom. And he hath stretched out the heaven by his understanding. 3 different categories. Isaiah 24:4. The earth mourneth and fadeth away. First category. The world languisheth and fadeth away. Second category. The haughty of people of the earth do languish. I can give you some other examples where they talk about one scripture talks about the earth, the world, and the things of the world. Like those 3 categories. Right? But I'm going to give you the context of these worlds. Why? Because the people of this world cannot eat and drink, marry and give in marriage to the other world. The people of this particular world, the people that are of the kingdom of the Shamayim. You call yourself the kingdom of heaven, right? You call yourself the kingdom of the Most High. So you about the kingdom. That means you cannot eat and drink, marry and give in marriage to those that's of the other worlds. Every son of Elohim that makes covenants with these worlds will be locked in chains in Sheol for eternity. So let's get this breakdown. So what all this mean? We're going to look at this. So all these things are parables. Now we're going to go to the second and third level of understanding this thing. According to the book of Jude and Peter and Genesis, the Elohims came, left their own world, came to ours, and took wives of mankind, therefore being chained to Sheol to the time of reckoning. So what is a marriage? A covenant. How do you establish covenants? By eating and drinking. Somebody at the table last week, everybody can't be invited to your table.
Say it again, Art.
Everybody can't be invited to your table. You can't sit, eat, and drink with everybody. Because some of them people are sodomites. Some of them people are the seed of the wicked at Noah's time. And they're going to be carried away with the flood. So if you're joining yourself through that, through making covenants, eating and drinking with these particular people, you're going to be destroyed.
But some people would try to say, didn't Mashiach sit down and eat with, sinners in that day?
Right.
But didn't those sinners receive the word in which he gave? Which means that they were looking to engraft themselves to his covenant.
That's right. That's right. So this goes back to the Pharisees' question. What about marriage? Right? The Levirate marriage. So first we understand, we had to go walk through this. The first thing we understand is that all the prophecies said we're going to be multiplied. Right? So we understand the context of the sons of Elohim. All this is about the sons of Elohim. The sons of Elohim. You're the first fallen ones and now the replacements. Everybody say replacements. Do y'all know y'all the replacements? You're the replacement of those who fallen. Those who have made covenants with the children of this world. So the Most High calls you to be what? Kodesh. Separate. For you not to eat and drink and make covenants with those particular people. Because he's going to destroy them. Just like he's destroyed Sodom. Just like the time of Noah. That's the reason why you see the context of the destruction of Sodom as the exact same context of the destruction of Babylon. The righteous looking back. Abraham looking back and seeing the smoke of Sodom rise up in the distance. All of us looking back and seeing the smoke of Babylon rise in the distance. It's going to be destroyed the exact same way. So let's go back and look at this. Because there's 2 or 3 levels to what Yahushua was saying. Right? So that's parable 1. Now let's go into this deeper. Yahushua is what? The Malachim are they not sons? Don't they call them sons of Elohim? And Yahushua the son of Elohim? The Pharisees asked a question about a bride whose husband dies and was married to what? I'm going to listen again. This is the parable. A woman dies. Levirate marriage. Which means her brother is supposed to pick up and produce a seed. She married 7 different brothers. None of them have a seed. Then she dies. Then the question is, whose wife is she going to be in the resurrection? Look at this. Finally, she dies also. They ask the question, whose wife she is when she's resurrected. Now let's look at this. Now, on the surface, for whatever reason, this baffled them. The reason why this baffled them, because they err, because they don't what? They don't know the scriptures. 1 Corinthians 7:39. The wife is bound by law as long as her only in Yahuah. The wife is bound by the law as long as her husband liveth, but if her husband be dead, she is at liberty to be married to whomever she will, only in Yahuah. So how could she be tied to any of the 7? They're dead and she's dead. It's impossible for her to be anybody's wife in the resurrection. They err because they don't know the scriptures. This shouldn't even been a question. Romans 7:2. For the woman that has a husband she's bound by the law to a husband as long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loose from the law of her husband. Everybody died. All 7 of them. They all died. Who else is going to be in the resurrection? None of them. They all died. Then she died. Let's keep looking at this. So who is this? Who is this? Ezekiel 16:3, 37 and 40. Thus said Yahuah, Elohim to Jerusalem. At thy birth, thy nativity is the land of Canaan. Thy father was an Amorite and thy mother was a Hittite. By the way, this is not talking about not Jacob, talking about the land. Because in the land was the Amorites and Hittites before we took it, right? 37. Behold, therefore, I will gather all whom thou hast did what? All of them thou hast loved, with all of them that thou hast hated. I will even gather them round against thee. I will discover thy nakedness unto them, that they may see all thy nakedness. Now it's interesting that when they pulled them out of Sodom, it was two daughters and a mother looked back, so she was destroyed. Jerusalem is what? The mother of us all. Was not Jerusalem destroyed? Did not the two daughters come out of Jerusalem? Come out of Jerusalem. They escaped the destruction of 70 AD. Did not they turn into whores? Isn't that what Lot's daughters just did? Did not they get the daughters of Ammon become cursed because of what they participated in? Did not the curse fall upon us because of fornication and adultery with other Elohims? Y'all gonna get it tomorrow. Behold, I'll gather all thy lovers with whom thou hast taken pleasure. This is Sodom and Gomorrah all over again. Sodom and Gomorrah all over again. And all them that hast loved, all them that hast hated, I will gather them round about thee, and I will discover thy nakedness unto them, that they may see all thy nakedness. They shall also bring a company against thee. They shall do what? And thus he was swords. So did not Israel die? So is it the woman, Israel? When Israel betrothed to Hamashiach, but they had 7 different lovers who are all sons of Elohim, which means they are technically, if you get in the context of brothers, right? So, but then it says what? They didn't produce any seed though, right? So you say, well, it can't be them because they didn't produce no seed. You don't know the scriptures nor the power of Elohim. Let's look at this. So both the bridegroom, the bride and the groom died. Right? Remember, this whole concept is about levirate marriage. Meaning they're not married, but have the ability to be married. Because both parties died. Okay? For neither is bound to their previous covenant because of the death of both parties. AKA, they err not knowing the scriptures. If the dead was resurrected, they could not still be married to anyone because of the death of one of the parties breaks the covenant. So if Israel is a wife who was divorced, right, but didn't what? Bring forth the child, right? Had many lovers, 7 husbands, who are the sons of Elohim. They worship other gods. The other gods are the sons of Elohim. Even though Yahushua is also the son of Elohim, aka levirate marriage. The other sons of the father. That's what the other Malachim are. They're the other sons of the father. But was barren. So you say, but Israel wasn't barren. Isaiah 54:1. Sing, O barren. That thou didst not bear. Break forth into singing. Cry aloud that which does not travail with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife. Say it again. Go ahead. Say it again. Say it in the mic.
She who has, in Hannah's prayer of praise, that's what she says. She says, she who has 7 sons or 7 children she who is barren has 7 children, and she who has many children pines away.
So the prophecy is that Israel is going to be multiplied. The houses are going to be restored, right? All these different things. The barren is going to have children. So right now it's barren. So what is the resurrection? The resurrection is what? The birth of children. This is why she didn't have no seed by them. Why is she barren? Because the child is the kingdom, and all the other lovers, aka husbands, are the sons of the father who cannot produce the seed. seed is the kingdom. So how are they going to produce the seed? You married to Molech. Molech ain't going to receive the kingdom. You married to Baal. Baal's not going to receive the kingdom. All the people that she was married to prior to that, during that time of them 7 brothers, who were the 7 brothers, or the sons of Elohim, they are sons of the Father. All of them are they all fallen because they're not the true bridegroom. She's married to all of them. They can't produce the seed. That's why she's still barren. Because the seed is the kingdom. It's the seed to do what? Inherit the kingdom. They can't produce the seed. My shot was going to come through none of these other lovers. The only way that the kingdom can be birthed out is if she was reunited with the bridegroom. And even right now, she's just betrothed. She hasn't actually laid with him. So they come to him, and then what happened? She died. Let's go back now. We just read it. 40. These people going to do what? They're going to stone you with stones. They're going to kill you. That's what happened to Israel. Israel was killed. She died. Right? She had to be able to be remarried. So her death and her resurrection is all about her remarrying. That's right. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Right. That's right. And that's also Hannah's prayer. We're going to get to that. Right? Hannah said that it's the Most High who kills and gives life, who brings down to the grave and rises up. And so what was her prayer about? Her being barren and then having children. Come on, man. This is the Levirate marriage. The other 7 husbands are the fallen Malachim. None of them could produce the seed, but they was all married with her. They all laid with her. She became a whore. After she is resurrected, can you get that word out? She is given in marriage by the Father to the only begotten. After doing what? Eating and drinking. So it's impossible for her to even come into the covenant or even to be resurrected without first eating and drinking and be given into marriage. You do error because you don't know the scriptures. We thought this meant that you're gonna be some kind of unisex spirit. So now we're pulling this back. So this is why Noah was delivered while he was eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. This is why Lot was delivered. What did he have? They had unleavened bread. In the midst of it. But he was married, and he was given in marriage. Because it ain't about marrying and giving in marriage, it's about marrying and giving in marriage outside of your world. Marrying and giving in marriage outside of your world. Even Mashiach, when he resurrects, he's not going to be single. He's going to be married to the nation. He's already resurrected. He's married. He's betrothed to the nation. Let's keep going. So hopefully now, we start to wheel this back. Told you this is a whole lot. It's a whole lot. We ain't finished it yet. Right? Yahuah should say something, and it's like boom, and then you have to go back and start peeling it back. What is he saying? Like, what does this mean? Like, what? Hold up, but if she's resurrected, she got to eat the bread and drink the cup, which means she has to be eating and drinking and giving in the marriage during the resurrection. So what are we talking about? We're talking about 2 worlds.
Sometimes you have one spouse who it dies and resurrects into the covenant, and the other spouse who hasn't, and it literally feels like 2 worlds living in the same household.
So let's look at that. Again, for in the resurrection, you need to marry and give in marriage. You got to go back to Luke to get the full context. He's talking about They didn't marry and give in marriage in that world, in the old world, right? They didn't make covenants with the wicked. They didn't make ties to the wicked. They separated themselves. Because that, they was, like the text said, they were counted worthy of the other world, and they were counted as what? The sons of Elohim. So how did the sons of Elohim fall? They came down and they made it with another world. They made covenants with another world. Because they're making covenants with another world, they were locked in chains to destruction. Let's look at this. And again, and so what happened to the woman? The woman who was married and had 7 husbands, but wasn't able to produce a child. Why? Because the 7 husbands were the other Malachim. Luke 17, 26 to 27. And as it was in those days shall be in the days of Noah, we just read that. And they did eat, they drank, they were given in marriage. Who? The fallen ones. And they taught the wicked to do the same. All right? We just talked about that and get into that world. So let's get into the second level of understanding this thing. So again, remember the phrase, there as what? The Malachim and the Shamaim, the sons of Elohim. Matthew 22 and 30. For in the resurrection, neither married nor given in marriage, but as the angels of Elohim in heaven, Luke 20 and 36, neither can they die anymore. Why? Because they already died. They already died. Right, the 7 husbands. But there you go. But they are equal to the angels. We are already equal to the angels. We already the Malachim. The children of Elohim. Are we not children of Elohim? Didn't he tell us that you're Elohims? Didn't he say it? Being the children of the resurrection. Are we not children of the resurrection? Are we not the children of the awakening? So what did the Malachim do? We just talked about that. They made covenants and marriage with people from other worlds. During the days of Noah, they was also tempted in Sodom. They established it by eating and drinking, making covenants and offerings. If you go to, I ain't got to read that, but Jeremiah 24:17 talks about how they was pouring out, making cakes and pouring out drink offerings to the Queen of Heaven. Right, they was making those covenants with them. And again, it's this context of the between worlds. I'm going to speed this up. So this is Yahuah. He said, the children of this world, or this aeon, this time, married or given in marriage, but they should be counted to obtain that world in the resurrection. They neither married nor were they given in marriage. Right, again, 1 John 3 and 1. Behold, what manner has Yahuah showed us, Abba showed us that we should be bestowed upon us, that we should be called what? The sons of Elohim. Therefore, the world does what? They're not coming to covenants with us. They're not laying with us because they knew not him. Right? And we read the same thing in Genesis 19. Right? Why? Because a marriage is a covenant between 2 houses or 2 worlds. 2 houses or 2 worlds. Now let's look at that. Exodus 34:15 through 16. Lest thou make with the inhabitants of what? And they go whoring after the other Elohims, being married to other Elohims, right? And do sacrifice to their gods. How did they come into place? Because the Malachim came down and did this. And one called thee and do what? Eating, drinking. Right? And thou take to thee what? Is not that what happened in Sodom? Didn't the sons-in-law look at him like they was crazy? Because he gave his daughters to them? Right? He didn't understand what he was saying. So we see that the precept for that is Exodus 34:15. He says, don't make covenants unless you make a covenant with the inhabitants of what? That world, that land. And go whoring after their gods, their Elohims, the ones who came down. And call to what? Eat and drink. Eat of their sacrifice. And thou take what? The daughters and thy sons, and thy daughters go whoring after their gods, and make thy sons to go whoring after their gods. Why is that? Go back to the Torah of the mother. But this is the context of what it was saying. This is what the fallen Malachim did. This is what he's forbidding us to do. He's forbidding us to do this. Let's go to Numbers 25. It's going to get raw now. Remember, she was married to all the other men, and she had to do what? Die. And that was the only way she was able to be restored. Mm-hmm. Seven husbands. They all died. 25, let's look at this. Now Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredoms with the daughters of Moab. With who? Now we just read it that the Most High said, don't come in the covenant with them, don't eat their sacrifice, don't eat and drink with them, right? Or don't give your daughters to them, or don't take of their sons, because they're going to make them whoring after those fallen spirits that came down, right? And they called the people into the sacrifice of their gods. And then what is there? And they did what? So they eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. 3. And Israel joined themselves to what? See, that's how you see? See? Came into marriage. Malachi. Right? So through this, Israel came into covenant. See this covenant we talking about? See, the people of the sons of Elohim, the sons and daughters of Elohim, they don't do that. They don't go to somebody, to another person's world or sphere of influence and make these covenants and become joined unto them. So they became joined with Baal Peor. By the way, if you don't know what Baal Peor means, it means the master of the opening, because Baal Peor was a place of fornication. It was a whole city based on sex worship. So that's the reason what was going on. By the way, I did a whole teaching this in the past. If you study Baal Peor, all right, so Baal is the Lord. That's what it really means, the Lord. That's the reason why I hate to ever use that term. It means the Lord. So his wife is Asherah, who is also called Ishtar or Easter, right? So the word Asherah in the text is the same word as grove. Anywhere you see the word grove, it's the word Asherah, because that's where they will worship her. Right? They worship her in the groves. Baal, they worship him like in groves too, but he had different symbols. Like he would have the evergreen tree, the obelisk. If you ever see them things that be on top of churches, they call it church steeple. That's an obelisk. You find them in ancient Egypt, because it go all the way back to Babylon. But see, I already say this: when they worship Baal and Ishtar, what they would do is, you ever seen them people? They call it's called a maypole. You see them white folks? They run up there, walk around the pole. Right. On May Day, right? So that's really an Asherah pole. So in the past, they would have, just like how Baal, it really is a penis. The obelisk is a penis. They would have a similar type of pole for Asherah. And what they would do is the women would dance around it, like suggestively. Literally, it was the origin of the stripper pole. That's where it comes from. So the women would dance around the pole, and then the priest of Baal would throw money at their feet. That was their offering, because the women were dancing. That's where the club. That's where it came from. So that's the original origin of it. So after that, the women would lure the men into having sex rituals with them, right? And the sex rituals, they would conjure spirits, stuff like that. So saying all to say this. So during this time, they came down, they eating and drinking. Now they watching the women of Baal Peor do their thing. They call it when they talking about the opening, they talking about the females opening, right? So the name is in the title. They ain't playing around over there. So they doing all this, and now the men's like, man, I want to do what? Join myself to them. Now who are they? They're the sons of Elohim. Genesis 6. The sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, and they were what? Fair, and took of them what? Wives of them what they chose. Then the Most High said, you know what? I'm going to cut their life short. I'm going to send a flood after them to destroy them. So that's what happened. They cut off what? Their seed from the earth. 3. And Israel joined himself to Baal Peor. The anger of Yahuah was kindled against Israel. And Yahuah said unto Moshe, take all the heads of the people, cut them off, and hang them up before Yahuah against the sun, that the fierce anger of Yahuah may be turned away from Israel. And Moshe said unto the judges of Israel, judges of Israel, look at that camera, judges of Israel, slay ye everyone his men that were joined unto Baal Peor. Kill them all. The reason why it says that, what, all them, the sons of Elohim, they what, locked into judgment. They're in chains and Sheol to this day because of that. Kill them all. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brother a Midianitish woman inside of Moshe. I'm guessing they did this because Zipporah is from Midian. I don't know. I just said my thought. Trying to mock him. In the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, were weeping before the door of the tabernacle congregation. Then come Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of who? That's what I was reading that, but I can't confirm that though. That's what I'm thinking, but I can't confirm that. Because I know in the other place that's exactly what they was doing. Right? So Phineas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon, the priest, saw it. He rose up. You know, we say we rise up on you. Somebody that rose up, that means somebody go down with our people. He rose up, took from the congregation, and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust them both through. Killed them, pinned them both to the ground. The man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. And those that died in the plague were about what? 24,000. And Yahuah spoke to Moshe, saying, Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon the priest, they have turned away thy wrath from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them. So he didn't say, man, that was real terrible, Phineas. You shouldn't have killed them people. No. It was a righteous killing. That I may consume not the children of Israel in my jealousy. Wherefore, say, behold, I give unto him a what? Hold on. Now, what did I tell y'all earlier in this lesson? Bring you back to covenant of peace. Let's go back. Go back. Those a lot of slides. Just hold on. Matter of fact, what I can pull up on my phone. Hold on, pull up my phone. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of stuff. All right, you about that. I know I got a slide. Hold on. Let's go back. Pull up my phone. All right. Oh, I might have to go back to the slide for it. I'm trying to figure out. Remember what one I pulled up? Who knows the scripture that I said? I said about 50 million scriptures.
I don't remember. I'm gonna break out some Jeopardy music for you while we on this waiting session.
I know, right? Somebody in the chat pull it up, so I can't figure out which one I said. Oh, I think it's Ezekiel 37. Ezekiel 37. All right, I'm sorry, Ezekiel 37. Started. What verse we started at? Yeah, I know the slide. It started. Was it 37? Yeah, we talking about the multiplication. That's what it was. Ezekiel 37, verse 26. I saw verse 25. And they shall dwell in the land that given to Jacob my servant, wherein your father has dwelt, and they shall dwell therein, even they, their children, and their children's children forever. So I'm talking about how the children's children going to dwell in this land forever. And David my servant shall be the prince forever. Moreover, I will make it what? It shall be what? To place them and what? Multiply them. And I will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. So when you're looking at this, in Numbers 25, in 11 and 12, Phineas received that covenant of peace because he killed and he stopped the joining of those two worlds. So those who can receive that world, they're the ones who put an end to what? Marrying, giving in marriage, making covenants with other nations. He received it. I'm just go back and read. Numbers 25, let's read it again. 11 and 12. Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, have turned away my wrath from the children of Israel. Now we read in that text, it said the same thing. He's going to turn away his wrath. He's going to do what? Restore us, right? For the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, I consumed them not. the children of Israel in my jealousy. Wherefore say I, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it. And his what? So his children and his children's children. Did we just read that in Ezekiel? Isn't that the covenant of peace? Isn't that those people that's going to be what? Multiply. Is he not a son of Elohim? You understand? Is he not a priest? Right? So his seed going to be prolonged? Even his children's children? That's his everlasting covenant of peace. But what is this through? How did he receive this? By putting the end of the merging of those two worlds. And it shall be he shall have it, even the seed after him, the covenant of an everlasting what? Priesthood. Everlasting what? Everlasting what? Because he was what? Zealous for his Elohim, and made an atonement for the children of Israel. Right? And so we could keep reading, but it's just talking about Zalu and Cosby, the Israelite son and the Midianite daughter, and that union, and how he ended it. He killed, he stopped the plague. He stopped that joining of them two worlds. Now we're going to wrap this up. Ezra 10. If you can do that, you're going to have an everlasting covenant of peace. There's a reason why people that say these things seem like hard sayings to those who still have connections, who have made covenants, who are eating and drinking with those people. They can't understand these things. They sound like aggression. It's too aggressive, too hard for people. It sounds like something that's what's the word for it? Unrighteous. But we see in the context that the slaughtering of these people because of this was not only it was a symbol of righteousness, but it was so pleasing to Yahuah that he made an everlasting covenant of it. Ezra 1:1. Ezra 10:1. Now we're gonna get to them really, really hard sayings now. Now Ezra had prayed, and when he had confessed, weeping, he cast himself down before the house of Elohim, and there was assembled a great unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men, women, and children, and they wept very sore. And Shechaniah, the son of Yahiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said to Ezra, this is what he says: we have trespassed against our Elohim. We have done what? We have what? So what in the people in Sodom and Gomorrah after strange flesh did not people write about how in the days of Noach they came down and was looking for strange flesh or strange unions or unions that shouldn't be made? Right? So he says, we transgressed against our Elohim. This is a transgression. We have done what? Taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet there is what? Right? The woman had married 7 husbands, but there's still a hope that she can be reunited to her first because she died. 3. Therefore, let's make a covenant with our Elohim. Let us put away what? All the wives, and such as are born of them. So not only the wives, but also the children of those wives. That's deep right there now. According to the counsel of my master, and of those that tremble at the commandment of our Elohim, let it be done according to the Torah. We just read you, Exodus 34. Arise, for this matter, as my Malach would say, this matter belongs unto thee. We will also we will be with thee of good courage and do it. And then arose Ezra and he made a chief priest and the Levites and all Israel to swear that they should do according to this word, and they swear. So basically they became Phineas. They put an end to the plague. They stopped the marriage. They stopped the eating and drinking. They stopped the coming into covenant with other nations. They put an end to it. The whole nation knew this was a transgression. Right? Ezra rose up before the house of Elohim and went into the chamber of Yohanan, the son of Elisha, and came thither, and he did not what? Eat no bread, no drink no water. He wasn't eating and drinking that day. For he mourned because of the transgression of them that had been carried away. So this was a great mourning to the nation. Right? 7. And they proclaimed throughout Yehudah and Jerusalem unto all the children of the captivity that they should gather themselves to Jerusalem, and that whosoever would not come within 3 days, 3 days in the grave, according to the counsel of the princes and the elders, and all his substance should be forfeited, and himself separated from the congregation of all that had been carried away. And all the men of Yehudah and Benjamin gathered themselves together in Jerusalem in 3 days, and on the ninth month of the 20th day of the month, and all the people sat in the street of the house of Elohim, trembling because of this matter. They was trembling because of this matter. It was that big of an issue. So these are the sons of Elohim. They put in the end. This is Phineas making an everlasting covenant, right? Because the people of the resurrection, people of this world marry and give in marriage, but those that are going to obtain that world, they don't marry and give in marriage. They don't make covenants with them people, right? Then Ezra, the priest, stood up and said unto them, ye have transgressed, ye have taken what? That's the strange flesh. That's the sons of Elohim coming down, going after strange flesh. That's you're making covenants. That's your eating and drinking right there. Ezra stood up and said unto them, ye have transgressed and have taken strange wives to the increase of the trespass of Israel. Now, therefore, make a confession. Confess about this thing. Confess it. Like Yahuah said, confess it unto Yahuah, Elohim of your fathers, and do this pleasure, and separate yourselves from the people of this land and from the strange wives. Stop eating and drinking. Stop marrying and giving in marriage with these people, whether they be Gentile or Israelite. Go ahead.
I gotta say this because you're going into strange, but that word strange is Nukri, but one of the terms it's transliterated into is alien. It's funny because what do they say aliens are?
Right.
Not of this world.
Right.
So it's literally saying that those strange wives were either descendants or offsprings of so-called aliens, those that are not of this world, or they were worshippers of those. So the women that they joined themselves to were women who were classified as aliens or not of this world.
Right. Because remember, and it goes both ways, not only the women, but also the sons. Remember the sons, even in this context, the children of those strange wives had to be cut off. When Lot was in Sodom, his sons didn't make it out. Because the sons had joined themselves with what? The women of that world. Anybody that's joined with that woman has to die with them women. Now therefore make confession to Yahuah of your fathers and do this pleasure, like Ox said, not of this world, the two worlds. Remember? It says the Malachim of this world versus the Malachim of that world. What are they supposed to do? Now make confession to Yahuah your fathers and do pleasure and separate yourself from people of this land and from them strange wives. Then all this congregation answered. Remember this says this is a mourning. The whole nation was mourning. They had 3 days to get it right, Ox. 3 days to bring they behind to Jerusalem and fix this. Right? 3 days. Let's keep going. 12. Then all the congregation answered and said unto him with a loud voice, as thou said, we must do it. Not we will do, we must do. And the people were many, and at this time it was much rain. It was raining outside, everything. We were not able to stand without. Neither is this a work of 1 day or 2, for there are many that have transgressed this thing. Now let our rulers of the congregation stand. Let all them which have taken strange wives in our city come at appointed times, and let the elders of every city, 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 they're taking strange wives, coming to town, appointed times, the elders of every city, the what? The judges thereof, until fierce wrath of our Elohim for this matter be turned from us. So there'll be appointed judges who say, don't come to the assembly no more. Judges have a rod of iron who come to separate. Not those that just married. Because remember now, there are strangers who joined themselves to the covenant. How sad would it be if you have strangers who come in who join themselves to the covenant and then you be cast out? Yeah. You can come in, you're going to see Vlado come in and be a part of the nation. And you be on the outskirts because you love Babylon. Ban Babylon, as Jamaicans say. Ban Babylon. And ban you if you with Babylon. You Bati boy.
Okay, I got your lingo up.
going. 14. Who we at? 14? 15. Now only Jonathan, the son of Hazel, and Yazil, the son of Tikva, were employed about this matter, but Meshullam and Shabbatai and Levi helped them. And the children of the captivity did also, and Ezra the priest, and certain chief of the fathers of the house of their fathers, and all of them by their names. Remember he says he's going to restore the houses? That's what they're doing. By their names were separated. With what? With what? Remember I told you I was sitting there praying, and then what came up was that word shepherd. It talks about separating with thorns. Separated and sat down on the first day of the month, the 10th day of the month, to examine this matter. They was establishing the matter. And they made an end of all the men that had taken strange. Man, I said it too fast. They made an end with all the men that had taken strange wives by the first day of the first month. And among the sons of the priests, they were found that had taken strange wives, and namely, they called them out. Yahushua, the son of Yozadak, the brother of Messiah, Eleazar, Yarib, Gediah, and they gave their hands that they would put away their wives, and being found guilty, they offered a ram of the flock for the transgression. So they had sin and they had anger into all the names. They all called out every single name. 44. All them names up to 44, by the way. All these had taken strange wives, and some of them had wives by whom they had children. So, this is what you're saying, right? And I ain't got to read it because we just read that. So we're seeing that the son of Israel, or the sons of Elohim, have been eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage in this world. And before they can enter into the next world, they had to put away those wives. Ezra and Nehemiah, and all them were in Babylon. Well, before they could enter and establish the kingdom, the first thing they had to do was get rid of them wives. Right. I'm gonna explain it a little bit better. So, and it's not just wives. We just read you about Lot, right? Lot's sons didn't make it. So it's some women that got to put away them strange husbands. Women got to put away the strange husbands. Husbands got to put away them strange wives. And also, don't get stuck on the word wife or husband. All that means is people that you came in covenant with. Some of you are not married to nobody, but you come in covenant with people. You're going to have to put away the people that you came in covenant with. And you're going to have to repent and sacrifice. Go ahead.
So, what many have to understand about what Josh is saying is that this is a Ruachal matter. So many will just see this as a fleshly thing, but it's not. Anybody whose Ruach is not, or who is not circumcised themselves and came into the covenant of Yahushua for the esteem of Yahuah is considered strange.
That's right.
Any covenant that you made with any person or anything that's not engrafted into Yahushua for the esteem of Yahuah is strange, is an alien, because they're operating outside of the order.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't be of this order and engrafted yourself to somebody who is outside of this order.
That's right.
This order is Yahuah's order, after Yahushua HaMashiach. So anybody who's not with that is strange.
Right.
Put them away.
Right. Put them away.
Put them away.
And that go back to, like, we talking to people that come here and they trying to go around the order. You a strange wife or a strange husband. We had strange wives and strange husbands come to Shabbat last Shabbat. And you're gonna have to repent and sacrifice like they just did right here. And when you do these things, I'm gonna tell you this too. When you do that, things that are handled publicly gotta be addressed publicly. Things that are addressed privately, but they're addressed privately. Things that are handled in the assembly are handled in the assembly. So you're gonna have to come here and you're gonna have to repent of that thing amongst the assembly. You do it publicly, you're gonna have to come here and repent of that thing publicly and amongst the assembly. You can't. No, it's not gonna happen.
Some of us is gonna have to break a lot of agreements that we've made with people on matters of belief, on amunah.
Right.
Because we all have to speak the same thing. We all have to talk the same thing. And that's going to be one of the heaviest things that a lot of people are going to have to really deal with.
Right.
Because you can't be going to and fro to different places, picking up different things, and then say you're the same thing. We talked about this on Shabbat. That's what's coming forth here. A decision is going to have to be made.
That's right.
You got to be able to make that decision.
And as in the time of Ezra and like I was saying, Nehemiah, Yahuah is going to raise up a man in his day to put this information out that a decision may be made. So the question is, like, those men got a name in that time for strange wives,
right,
or strange agreements. What will you get a name for in this time?
That's right.
Because you said it before, everybody is going to get a name.
That's right.
What name are you going to receive?
Right. And see, this is the reason why they come in. I was telling somebody about this morning. I think it might have been Danny. See, this is the reason why they come and attack you. Because they come and attack you because they're trying to get you to come out your character so they can accuse your name. So if they can get you to come out your character, then they can accuse your name, then they can destroy you. Because the only thing that a woman or a man have is his name. Everything that Yahuah does is for his what? Name. He said he saved us for his name. He brought a son for his name. Everything is about his name. Now listen, when you have established a name in righteousness, that thing is your power. There's power in what? Come on, y'all. There's power in what? In the name. So this is the reason why they attack your name, right? Because they feel like if they could come and attack you and then get you to do something out of character, or come away from the Most High, do something outside of the Most High, then your name is soiled. You have no more power. You're not being able to speak. What is your power? Your power is in being able to speak things with authority. So when they have attacked your name, then you no longer have authority. You no longer have power because you've been tried and you've been judged and you've been found guilty. You dig? So they want to find you guilty so you don't have no power with the king. But when you're in righteousness, you have power with the king. You're able to speak things with authority. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Hebrew word for that is rakul. And it means to slander, but the concept of the slander is to oppress. So what you're doing when someone goes around doing that and they're speaking against leaders or people who are in ministry, what they're doing is they're trying to limit the ability of that person's ministry to go forth. So they are literally working against Yahuah. When they do that, they're shortening the arms of the minister by taking away their credibility, their voice, to carry out what Yahuah has called them to do.
That's right.
And Yahuah says in Psalms 15, who can ascend to my holy mountain? And he says specifically, one who does that cannot. Meaning you cannot be in Yahuah's tent. You cannot dwell with him.
So we look at this, again, real fast, but let me go back to this. So we look at this. So before you can move into this next world, you got to get rid of all that stuff. You got to break all them covenants. You got to let them people go because they're going to be consumed in fire. Because just like, or they're going to be destroyed by the flood. Sodom, Noah, fire and water. They're going to be destroyed by either one. Right? Just like you were destroyed by fire and water. You was buried in the water, and then the fire consumed you through the Ruach and killed the old man. So it's always going to be through fire and water. So when we're looking at this during this time, so don't just get stuck on the context of the wives and husbands. Somebody going to hear this, and because they're not praying and seeking in the Ruach, that's all they hear is wife and husband. My husband don't believe, I'm going to leave my husband. My wife don't believe. There's some Negroes that's abusing their wives, and they're going to use this message to abuse them more. And then they're going to be destroyed. They're going to be destroyed. Because some of you, the reason why, let's go back to what Shaul talks about, the believing husband and the believing wife. Text says that if you have an unbelieving spouse, that you're supposed to walk a certain way in front of them, that you might bring them into the faith. But some of you so wicked, that all the representation they have of the Torah is your wickedness. And you're the thing that's keeping them from the faith. Now you saying, I'm going to leave them. You're going to bring judgment upon yourself. You're going to be destroyed. You the strange husband.
What they say, you shut the kingdom to yourself.
Right.
And you don't let others go in either.
That's right. Right. You're you looking at them like, oh, they ain't in the truth. No, you the strange husband. You the strange husband. Oh, you the strange wife. And because of your wickedness, they can't see the Most High. All they can see is your wickedness. So you ain't not able to win through your conversation the believing husband. So you can't take this and then apply it to your situation because of your wickedness. Some dudes laying hands on their women and stuff like that. Some of them beating them side of the head with a Torah. You gonna ask my wife, did I do that? She'll tell you I did. I did. I told her, I said, hey, I found this out. She's like, okay, Josh, picked up something else. And it was kind of it. I didn't push it on her. It was over time that she looked at this and then she's like, oh, okay. She came into this, but I didn't push it on her. Because what I think about this revelation, this text is, what we talking about in this order, the order can't be taught, it can only be revealed. It can be witnessed, but it can't be taught, it only can be revealed. Yahushua cannot be taught, he can only be witnessed to, thereby being revealed. Yahushua told them all, they said, who y'all say that I am? They rattle off the prophets. After that, Yahushua said, well, who do you say that I am? Kepha said, you the son of the living Elohim. What did he say? Flesh and blood have not revealed it unto you. In other words, nobody taught you this. It was revealed to you by the Father. So when you're talking about Yahushua, you're talking about this priesthood, it can't be taught, it can only be witnessed to. When you witness to it, the witness in them will reveal it, and then after that, they can learn. But that's the way it works. You can't take a hammer to the person that's beside you, and they don't want to have nothing to do with it because you cursing. Because
it's all about representation. See, we can see a visual slide of things on TV, and we'll take it for what it is.
And then we wonder why people don't follow us.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
And then to add to that, I speak with a lot of women who are in abusive relationships where the man is Torah, but what he's talking about is a different Torah.
That's right.
It's not the Torah that Moshe gave,
That's
you
right.
know? And so I just wanted to put that out there because I know that there will be women who have been given freedom in Yahuah to not be in abuse, who will question whether or not they're supposed to still be in abuse because they don't want to be that wicked woman. They want to be the right representation before the man. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that I don't believe Yahuah calls you to be broken into pieces by the hammer of a wicked man in order to prove Yahushua in his life.
This is the reason why you need to be born again. Because if you're born again, remember it says what? The wife or the husband is only bound unless what? Death. He's dead and you've died. You've been buried through what? Immersion. So at that point, now you assessing your situation, right? Because you can't unrighteously, you can't just up and leave. Well, I'm born again. I'm gone now. I'm walking in the Torah. That's not the way it works. I don't like him. I'm bouncing. Then you haven't been a witness because you got a witness first in your house. So you ain't been a witness first. But if you've been a witness, then you're not bound to that man because you're not bound to that woman if they kick it against the prick. They rejecting everything that the Most High is bringing. That's when you have to separate from the unbelieving husband or lover. You got to from a strange wife or a strange husband. There's coming a time you're going to have to do that. Because we're not going to bring, I'm telling y'all, this is what I'm trying to get you to see. We've seen the whole context of the killing of Phineas, killing those that made those covenants, and it was an everlasting covenant for him. We see what happened in Numbers, right, which was Phineas. Then we go on to Ezra, and we see the same thing. The nation moving away from this. I told you a couple weeks back about the power of the Torah of the mother. Told you about that, right? So this whole context, and it's not just it's not like I said, it's not just women, but like I said, it's the women and the man. We gave the whole context of Lot, same thing. But the influences of these other worlds. So we can't bring the influences of these other worlds in this. Christianity is not coming into the kingdom. Islam not coming to the kingdom. Westernized thoughts are not coming into the kingdom. They're not. No. We according to the text, we tread upon the nations. It's being real. You know what I'm So if people don't like it, you don't like it. That's what the text say. We tread upon the nations. We don't join. We're the sons of Elohim. We don't leave our habitation to go make covenants. We don't do that. So again, so this is why this is the reason why they're going back to the alien. So this is the reason why in every example we seen, they was actually married and given in marriage because they was what? Within their own world. If a woman is if Israelite woman is in a covenant, Israelite man is in covenant, they're within the world. That's the world of Israel right there. That's the house. That's right. Right. They have to cleave and come within that world. They got to be, our Elohim have to be their Elohim. Right? And, right, with the Boaz. It got to be that. If it's that, then they come within us. And according to the text, we'll treat them like a brother. We'll treat them like an ox. Right? If they're not, it don't matter if they're Gentile or they're Israelite. If it's an Israelite and they hold on to the same thing, time to cut them. And I'm telling y'all, this thing you need to start praying about as we go forth. And I'm saying this, and I know it's going to make a lot of, don't send me no emails, because this is what the thing you're going to have to do. Don't call Mama Laka. Don't send me no emails. You need to repent. You need to pray. You need to ruach. You need to seek. Because we don't know, we can only counsel you. We don't know the ins and outs of everything. We're not clairvoyant. We're not Elohim. We're the sons of Elohim, daughters of Elohim. So you have to go to Elohim with your petition, with your situation. You're going to have to actually do some work. No. You're going to have to do some work. You are. You have to go look at your situation and see, is this pulling me away from the Most High? Because some of y'all, your situation is so bad, it's pulling you away from the Most High. It's such a burden on you that you can't serve the Most High. If it's grievous to the point where you can't serve the Most High, then you need to get rid of that strange wife or that strange husband. You do. But seek the Most High. Josh ain't the Most High. Mo ain't the Most High. Mother Malaka ain't the Most High. Malu ain't the Most High. Danny Yahuah ain't the Most High. Shah Yahuah ain't the Most High. Yiska ain't the Most High. We ain't none of us the Most High. You have to go do some work. You have to seek the Most High on your own. You have to pray for the Most High on your own. You're going to have to do something. I know we don't like this in Israel. On your own. We don't. We want somebody to give me, what about this? Give me the answer on that. Like it's Miss Cleo. Calling me 1-800 and I give you a fortune. Something like this. It's crazy. Nah, man, it don't work that way. You're going to have to do some work. You're going to actually have to pray. You're going to actually have to fast. You're going to actually have to seek. You're actually going to have to be in supplication. You're actually going to have to seek the Ruach. You're actually going to have to be immersed. You're actually going to have to die. You're actually going to have to sacrifice. You're going to have to get something up. Nobody's going to be worthy for this kingdom that don't.
Pause. Yeah, families. Man, it was getting deep. Now, beautiful queen. Hey, man, my brother, well, I am, bruh. What's up, beautiful queen anointed? What's up? And beautiful queen Miss Jams. Man, I love you, sis. Man, all praises to the Most High. All praises. Sis, you actually kicked it in here with us, sis. And try to get it all in. Try to get it all in. All praise to the Most High. That's what's up. That's what's up. We will have a on Friday nights. We do our midweek Wednesday. We call it midweek Wednesday Bible class, and we be going in. Moray Josh, he really be unlocking some mysteries. Truly be unlocking some mysteries. We as well, families, man, on Fridays, families, we do have the groups that we do attend with TCA, Into Off Truth, you name them, families, man, we supporting them. We supporting them, honor and humility, and we do our Friday nights, and Friday night is the day of the Sabbath, from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, families. And then on Saturdays, of course, man, we do our thing, what we do, what we call the the Sabbat Mishpachah weekend. You know what I'm saying? So we do lessons on Friday night, Saturday, sometime throughout that whole day. You got all of Israel is trying to edify the body and family. These ain't no, they don't go into Jewish stuff, families, to try to show you who you are. We go into these scriptures, and then families, man, we dissect them, man. We dissect it. And then on Sunday, we ended our families on that Sunday, families. And I mean about we throwing nothing but punching bags to everybody that's speaking false doctrine. Whatever you doing, man, whatever type of clicks you claim, we putting a punching bag on that too, man. We putting a punching bag to let you know that whatever you thought that you was doing, and if you thought that you were doing it righteously, whatever clique that you thought you was part of, and you think that your clique is set apart and holy, we letting you know, man, that it will die. And it will go to the grave. And it will be what it was when it was created. Just a thought, man. Just a thought. Hard sayings to most, man. It's a hard saying, man. I know. I know. But families, it ain't gonna get no realer than that, man. It ain't gonna get no real. Like, if you want it all, you want the realness, man. Don't give me no watered down, no none of that. If you say you love me, then show me that you love me, man. In order for you to, that's an action word. You gotta put action behind that, families. Ain't too many people telling you that in this hour, man. All this watered down stuff, you gotta get out of that. Because these people showing you how they finna kill you. Putting it in your face. And they telling you, man, we finna do it by the numbers. We finna kill you by the millions. And you gonna really know who your brother and who your sister is out here. And families, it ain't gonna be no clique that you came up with off YouTube. Nah, families. You gonna be shouting out the name of an everlasting covenant. And this name will stand on this earth forever. While every other name that everybody else is trying to claim, it will go to the grave. As it is written. May the Most High Yah always hold you, guide you, bless you, keep you, and protect you in everything that you do. Man, your little brother Mo, man, love you out here, man. Love you out here. Kwam Yasharala. Oh, rise, Yisrael. Kwam Yehuda. Barakada Yahuah. Ah, Mishpachah. Where the children of Yasharala at? Scattered abroad on all four corners of this planet. The true chosen seed of Yah. I want to say that we are forever out here, families. Oh, yeah. Much love, shalom, and shalom.